I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party. Today is Conspiracy Monday, and I've been Googling I'm a Celeb. Yeah, and I don't know if the Periscope show has more than a few people in it. No. I was trying to put my hashtag I'm a Celeb because I'm not really a celeb, but I was putting that in there hoping it would draw more views, but only one viewer. How strange, and it's trending right now, which is weird. So we've got some new things to talk about. The president may possibly have had a brush with an attack on him, according to Alex Jones. And I don't know how much I can believe of that, but there's Natural News has a story, says the president was sent to Walter Reed because his food tester became very ill, gravely ill. Now that's unsubstantiated story, has not been corroborated by the president himself or the White House, but it's a Natural News story that came out and was featured on Alex Jones today, and all we can assume is, or thank goodness he wasn't hurt, because we don't want anything bad to happen to him. As much as we may dislike him as a president, we still have to deal with the reality that we need to always protect the president. So we've got Prince Andrew also trending as well, having denied that he was involved with anything to do with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who came out saying she had been molested or raped by him 3 times. And he said that he doesn't even remember. In fact, he does remember, instead of being with her, he was with his nephews and they were at a pizza store getting pizza. So it's strange that he would remember all the way back, and yet we still are going to see a picture later tonight of him with Virginia Roberts Giuffre when she was 15 years old. This Virginia Roberts Giuffre is a woman who was a young girl at that time that you met her in Jeffrey Epstein's lovely apartment in New York. Yeah, I believe it was an event that you were. No, was it? You were at Lolita Island, right? 14 times, Prince Andrew. Yeah, you were at the they call it Orgy Island, but whatever. You were there like 14 times. So you did a lot of drugs at those parties? She wouldn't even remember. 16 times? Okay. Well, thanks for coming in and sharing your views. Prince Andrew, everybody. That's assuming it's him. It's probably somebody pretending to be him in the chat room. Trump's aides eye-moving impeachment witnesses out of White House jobs. Okay, is he using threats of firing to keep these people from speaking? Yeah, there's a possibility that he is. Obstruction of justice seems to be second nature to Donald. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Official testimony on Trump-Ukraine call conflicts with top diplomat story. Yeah, that's Volker. He's backing out on his testimony, saying he didn't really hear anything. I know nothing. I know nothing. Okay. You better keep everything under wraps, Prince Andrew, otherwise you'll incriminate yourself. We wouldn't want to do that. I can't share that tape, but Donald, if you're listening, we want to see the PP tape.
How are this week's House impeachment hearings playing on the right? Joining us now from New York is Rich Lowry, the editor of National Review and author of a new book, The Case for Nationalism. Rich, you're a conservative who hasn't always been Donald Trump's biggest fan.
The case for nationalism. You know, I like to make sure that you understand that the people that believe nationalism is important should also address the idea that the global New World Order is trying to take over through the Democratic Party. And I think the Fox News should get along, start to evolve and start talking about the New World Order. I think that would be a good move. I don't know why. You're not supposed to eat the suppositories. They go in another part of your body. Prince Andrew says, don't worry about that. Mommy said I say anything incriminating, she'll sort it all out. Then her and Daddy started laughing maniacally. So you really think that this whole thing is just going to blow right over, Prince Andrew? Okay. Well, I assume it's not you. It's probably somebody pretending to be you. So, in all deference to the king or queen, please refer to this conversation in satirical terms. All right, moving on. Let's do some lightning fast reviews here of what's happening. The witness, Democratic star witness, had sat on the board of trustees. That's right, William. We talked about this last week. William Taylor actually has connections to George Soros. Okay, that's one little indicator as to what's happening. So that would mean he's deep state, right? You should out him and call him, hey, dude, you're deep state. But ironically, Donald Trump is not really doing that. The QAnon people think he's deep state. But Donald Trump isn't bringing up any connections to George Soros and this guy. All these QAnoner people are doing this. But Donald Trump's not mentioning a thing about William Taylor. I read not one tweet suggesting that William Taylor was connected to George Soros from Donald Trump. And he downplays anything George Soros, we talk. So it's clearly obvious George Soros runs both the left and the right. They control both sides, the New World Order does. You tweeted me yesterday, thank you. I don't get any messages on Twitter. No messages come my way from all of you. I'm so sorry. I've been completely shadow banned on Twitter. They don't send me anything. Yeah, George Soros is good friends with Donald Trump too, in case you didn't know. So now you're understanding why we need a third party. The two parties are pretty much owned by the same super powerful ultra elitists. So when you talk about hating on Democrats, you're actually playing into that whole right versus left. If you talk about hating on Republicans, you're talking about left versus right. And that's exactly what these elitists exploit, the hatred that you may feel for Democrats or Republicans. So this divide is what's really keeping our country apart right now. And they're exploiting that. So, yeah, I don't think the real Prince Andrew would be talking about ever going to prison. Yeah. Okay, footage shows Russians taking over northern Syria base. Okay. Yeah, I heard that was a big, huge move. And you got a bunch of links. Let me go ahead and start with just a few of them. Maxed out credit over there. And let's get the show rolling with at least the live cameras over at iBlog. I know some of you guys want to hang out and do live cameras. We still have that available. Oh, we don't? No. Wow. Okay. Good to know. Well, a month goes by pretty dang fast, so we don't have live cams. Sorry, Max. I'll check your links, though. Okay, let's start with the first one you got. Trump says he's in really good health. We have new information that something might have happened. A food tester got gravely ill, according to one article we just read, that led to Donald Trump's trip to Walter Reed ahead of time. But this has not been confirmed by the White House. But Trump says, I'm in very good health after the first phase of the medical check. Good. Well, he had to come up with some excuse. Everything's very good, great. We'll complete next year. Okay, good luck, Donald. I'm glad you're okay. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen. And then one more. Prince Andrew's efforts to put Epstein's scandal behind him back. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at this feed. CTV. They're in damage control mode after Andrew gave an interview to rebut the claims he had sex with a teenage girl. A reaction to the BBC Newsnight televised interview was swift. British media slammed Andrew for defending his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein and called the TV interview a complete PR disaster. The dirk of dorkiness.
At the end, Emily Maitlis gave him a for the victims, even expressed any sympathy or compassion for the victims. Even at the end, Emily Maitlis gave him a perfect opportunity. She said, is there anything else you would like to cover? That would have been the perfect opportunity to express profound sympathy and regret. Instead, he said, no, I think you've dragged everything out of me.
Well, Andrew told BBC he regretted not cutting ties with Epstein after the financier's conviction. Okay. That's the bit I kick myself for on a daily basis because it was not something that was becoming of a member of the royal family. Okay. And we try and uphold the highest standards and practices. I let the side down, simple as that. Yes. Giuffre claims that Epstein flew her around the world and paid her to have sex with Andrew in 2001 when she was 17. And this is an actual photograph of them together. It's been authenticated. According to Virginia Roberts Giuffre, it's been authenticated. Andrew denied having sex with Giuffre. He's facing growing calls to apologize to Epstein's victims and answer questions related to the FBI's investigation. All right, that's about it. I'm glad we got Epstein out of the way and Prince Andrew. The problem is Epstein's still alive. That's the problem. And that's Conspiracy Monday food for thought. Well, they keep saying he didn't kill himself. Well, yeah, I mean, especially since he's still alive. But you can believe it or not, he was seen alive on this drone footage August 30th No question about it. So no investigation by the FBI into this, and they're not even looking into the island itself. They're not even digging any holes, getting cadaver dogs out there. The manifest on the Orgy Island trips on the plane that they were using showed that the women came to the island but never left. So very suspicious activity. And then this story here. 2 officers who were responsible for guarding Jeffrey Epstein on the night of his death rejected a plea deal. They wanted to get the 2 officers to talk why he was left, alone, so that anything could have happened to him, even if he was taken out. And there's no real answer by the Metropolitan Correctional Center as to why the videotape of one of their hallways was shut down. So it looks like a massive cover-up, and the 2 officers are just rejecting the plea deal, and they don't even care. They know that these people are so powerful, that Jeffrey Epstein and his handlers are so powerful in intelligence, that their lives are at risk if they talk. They didn't even want the plea deal. That's a sure sign that there's something big at play here. They offered a plea deal to 2 correctional officers responsible for guarding Epstein on the night of his death, but they declined the offer. They're considering criminal charges in connection with the wealthy financier's death at the Metropolitan Correctional Center. I don't know if they're doing anything. I really doubt it seriously if they're going to even prosecute. You have not missed an ATP show in 6 years? Wow, that's amazing. Good job, Insane Canadian. You really struggled to get in here, too. You have to hit the refresh button many times. You're one of the many people that got knocked out. Take a minute and talk about the world food shortage. Okay. Yeah. We are running out of food worldwide. The numbers of people needing food increases. I would like to get food delivered to people via air, directly on top of them. We have a food drop concept that very likely could be implemented if I were president. Getting regional food supplies in every area of the country would be essential, and we'd have planes that could do these types of drops within our own country and maybe make some international flights when needed. I know Venezuela could probably use a side drop right off the coastline there, so we can maybe get the shoreline covered with these things. Maybe zoom in and kind of like drop them from a distance and then take off. Otherwise, President Maduro, doesn't want any food aid at all. It's not like little packages are going to blow up. So I understand Maduro's perspective. He doesn't want any food aid to be contaminated with weapons or bombs. That's why he rejected any support for Venezuela. Well, you need porta potties big time in San Francisco. Yeah, you must live in San Francisco, huh, Daryl? Well, you don't have to answer that. We don't want to incriminate anything. So Russia's going to be taking over the base that was once created by the U.S. And it's all part of Donald Trump's good relationship with Vladimir Putin. Ever since Putin started using the sex tape and threatening Donald Trump, he's very malleable and he does whatever Putin tells him to do. Mr. Trump, you know to give us this air base in northern Syria right now. A Russian troop entered the compound. Footage showed sunburn cream, gym equipment, other items that Americans left. But no weights. They pulled the weights out, making the gym useless. But Russia landed attack helicopters and troops at the sprawling airbase in northern Syria, vacated by U.S. forces. And they made a big thing about it. They were like, dun, 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 dun. The area is south of Kobani, in case you want to go there. Almost like Apocalypse Now. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. The smell of victory. Wow. Well, there you have it. He went to Russia under the Putin-Erdogan deal. Okay, so Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin have everything under control. Isn't that wonderful? We're giving up all our positions. What else does Putin want us to do? Does Putin want us to maybe leave Ukraine too? Maybe Donald should ask President Zelensky if we could maybe just withdraw complete support and then abandon. Isn't that what Russia would want? Not to give them any money? Howie has something. Students demand ability to select roommate based on race. Whoa. So some black woman's not going to want to be with a white girl?
You guys need to understand your privilege as white people. You have to understand, use your platform that we don't have. Why is it that we have to come out here and speak on something that you should have been done?
Well, they call that discrimination when you say you can't allow a certain person's color in your room. It kind of goes against the whole Civil Rights Amendment. Excuse me, Civil Rights Act. Thank you. It's not an amendment. Thank you. Yeah. So I will play more of that tonight. Thank you for that. I did not expect that. Racial disharmony is not something we encourage here. We want people to get along. Can't we just get along? Like the infamous words of the great Rodney King Jr. Can't we just get along? Used to be in my old days, people were saying, yeah. 200 tons of cement were taken to Epstein Island 2 months before he died. I know. I remember that. Okay, thank you, Max. Back in the old days, it was the Martin Luther King "I Have a Dream" speech, but now kids are going, "Oh yeah, I heard of Rodney King Jr. Yeah, I have. Can't we just get along?" speech. Yeah. So it's like, it used to be Martin Luther King Jr. Now it's Rodney King Jr. 10 times more land affected by the leak from the Keystone Pipeline than first thought. Well, this is tragic, really, because all of this could have been prevented by Barack Obama. He put no effort in place to prevent this type of leaking at the Keystone. Instead, he just rejected it. Instead of making preparations for the Keystone Pipeline, which, of course, he rejected, but it was imminent and it was going to happen. But Trump should never have done this without making sure the environment was safe. But what does Donald Trump care about the environment? Oh, it's all a fake hoax. I'm not on the front page? Okay. Bummer for me. Okay, let's do it. Hold on. By the way, in order to get into the Cool Rock chat room, at Vaughn, you have to open up Vaughn first, then open up Cool Rock. That'll straighten it out. So I have to open up Vaughn and then open up Cool Rock. Hopefully it'll open. Yes, that seems to work fine. So just open up Vaughn first and you're good to go. Okay, I'm refreshing over there. I was off the first page. iBlog is censoring me as well. A day in the life, right? Yeah, and it's weird. I don't have any metrics on the people over there at Twitter. Excuse me, Twitch. Yeah, they don't give me any metrics as to how many people watch me at Twitch. So if you guys want to chat, go for it. Coolrock.com. Thank you. Prince Andrew has to depart for the evening. Your friends. Daddy says he wants to take me for a drive. I hope he doesn't choose the car with only one seatbelt. Okay, Prince, good luck, but I assume you're not Prince Andrew, but have fun. Yeah, be well. Weird. Well, at least he didn't do anything mean to Virginia, other than, of course, molest her at a young age. If indeed that's true, which we cannot verify. We're still waiting on the test results. Yeah, I'm not on the front as well. So, yeah, this is called censorship, man. I told you that's what they're doing over here. Yeah, we've seen this for a long time. This is not some just occurrence. Hey, I've got a really cool set of stuff over at coolrock.com. You can check out the buttons that we have in here. We got a new Dissenter browser button here for you if you want to have a really cool browser that's very, very stealth on the internet. Private email solutions, you can click that. Chat with an AI. Play old games from the 1980s. It's a good video downloader. I tried it this week, 4K download. It works great. YouTube, no cost, so it's called 4K Download at 4kdownloads.com. It's pretty good. And of course, Scissor Fights Music over here. And I guess we've got Record a Song, Vukaro, and Foods Worldwide. That's a good channel just to see things. I've got a world clock button that'll tell me how soon the apocalypse will come. And a song lyric generator. Okay. We even have a little place down here you can chat, but it is recording your IP. So if you're desperate to get something message through, you can leave one right there. But that's like a serious, that does have IP issues. We're still trying to get a chat room that's completely IP protected, other than the ones we have. I hear you, man. Censorship to the max. It's real. They don't want a third party. It's obvious. So we're up against that huge censorship on the internet factor. And we've been trying to get more people to, open up guest chat. We don't have guest chat. It's gone now. We have all these gateways into our show that are all controlled. And we're still waiting to build this new guest chat that we want for everyone to be able to get into worldwide. But we don't have that ability yet. And our knowledge is still very in its infancy relative to the big hustle to shut us down. So Sarah comes in and she'll be doing some technology stuff tonight just to, continue honing her skills. But I'm not putting a timetable on that either. We want to be able to do this, so we've got time, we've got patience. Hey, they just found out that the three oligarchs were getting money. These guys were working for Trump through Giuliani. And they met with Trump over 10 times. And Trump says he hardly ever remembers them meeting once. A classic lie by Donald Trump.
We have seen it often. The president saying he doesn't know someone when it seems pretty clear, yeah, he does.
I don't know those gentlemen. Now, it's possible I have a picture with them because I have a picture with everybody. I don't know them. I don't know about them. I don't know what they do. But I don't know. Maybe they were clients of Rudy. You'd have to ask Rudy.
He is saying this about these two men, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. They have ties to the president's own personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and are charged with illegally funneling donations to U.S. political candidates. And Parnas, in particular, is apparently eager to talk impeachment to investigators about what he knows about Ukraine. And now the CNN investigation is turning up evidence that Trump has met with one or both of these men multiple times going back years. CNN.
Okay, I just played that long enough to play at least the story about those two men. I'm not a big CNN fan, just like I'm not a big Fox fan. So I just want you to be aware of what that was about, because it's leading me to my next subject, which is Lindsey Graham. And I want to keep reminding people, because I'm the only person out there talking about this in the world. Lindsey Graham is actually working for the Russians as well, and has received $800,000 last year for re-election from this Russian Blavatnik, an oil guy. Made many of his billions off Russian oil. And these people, and Oleg Deripaska, the other guy that was involved with Donald, what can I say? I mean, Lindsey Graham is involved. And then Mitch McConnell got $2.5 million. And a million beyond that as well. So they both made about $3 million off the Russians, Lindsey and Mitch McConnell, and they're leading the Republicans to try to defeat any impeachment. So that's what we're up against here. That really is the enemy. Internal enemy of our country now is our own leaders working for Russia. And this story came in earlier. Yep, the same story. Prince Andrew said he was at the pizza store the day he took this picture. He doesn't remember ever meeting her. And this picture has been authenticated. We started our show with a very interesting video that came in last week about these LED lights that they have in England. And these LED lights are actually being put up in streets all over England itself. And this man was sent one of these things because he's an electrician to look at them. And he noticed that they had some very strange features. They have a 450 volt capacitor in there.
More than a weapon.
He believes this is a weapon. That little stick coming out has a 450 volt capacity, which is totally illegal.
Equipment is, and I've been asked to actually review it, because this is a weapon system. All right, it's nothing more than a weapon. Now I know it's masquerading as a light, but it's a weapon. All right, so let's just show you. Let's just break this whole thing down and show people what this is. All right. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to take this piece, this antenna piece to pieces. All right, people have seen it before. They've seen the breakdown. All right, let's just unloosen this piece here. All right, let's just break this down and let's show people what this is. All right, this is the Harvard piece of technology. Obviously, that's the antenna. That's a scanner, it's radar. It's a radar piece of equipment. You can see that. This has got the 450 volt capacitor on it. And you see the cabling.
Yeah.
It's really important to see that cabling. This is the delivery system, all right?
450 volts is way beyond anything. Yeah, it could virtually zap somebody. So many people in the UK are concerned about these, and the LED lights have amplifiers in them that can blind you if you look at them. So a lot of worry about that in the world, and many people are wondering what these types of things are, and are they related to the 5G network, etc. Thanks. All right, I'll be stepping out for a little bit. Sarah's here to give us some time. If you want that link, it's in our playlist 1911, new 1911. And I'll be playing it tonight at 10 o'clock too, again, an encore. So, you're working on technology. We're not on the front page on iVlog, just so you know. And I couldn't get on there. They won't feature us anymore at iVlog, which is weird. So it's kind of a strange, odd mix, and our pro account's suspended after, I guess, 30 days subsided. So I'll be making sure. Okay, Sarah's here. I'll be back. Thank you. I'm going to go a little over there like that.
Yeah, that would be good.
Is that good?
Yeah, and then I'll also bring in the other one. I'm going to remove. David had like 4 desktops open, desktop regions open. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Yes, hello maxed out credit. Yes, I have a very orange face or orange outfit. I should lie. That's pretty good. Nobel Prize honors, wait. Breakthroughs on lithium batteries, lithium ion batteries, nice. And I don't know, like, I think it's got to go over there. There we go. breakthroughs from, so Akira Yoshino, Dr. M. Stanley Whitting. Here, I'll add source. David normally does. Akira Yoshino, Dr. M. Stanley Whittingham, and Dr. John Goodenough are seen in this image. It's Dr. Goodenough. Okay. Got to add to my to-do list. Some things. He's the guy. Is my Arch Linux working all right? We'll get it going. He's the guy that's working on the salt-based battery. Nice. Hello, Aran Linvale over at... And Shadow, hello over there at iVlog. No, Twitch, sorry. Getting my chat rooms confused. I don't think I haven't seen The Crown. My mom has seen The Crown, but I have not. Kevin Spacey is going to play Prince Andrew. How very fitting. Hello, Daryl VJ. Did it do with it with everything, or just those certain, or just the config one? Is it best if I cut and paste? Well, no, because then I have to type, unless there's some other way to cut and paste. All right, sounds good. Just one moment. One moment, please. All right, I've got that going. All right, I'll be ready to go in just a few minutes. It's always getting like every little thing set up. Wait, that's the same camera. That's not what I wanted. I think David might not have my other camera plugged in. No. Why? Why unplug it? What's the point? What's the point of unplugging it? It's not like it's hurting anything being plugged in. Okay, someone tried to compost diesel today. Oh, that's not gonna work. Don't try to compost diesel. Great, now I can't, it won't work. Maybe it's not plugged in the right thing. Oh, nice, thanks. True. The salt water battery might not be seen by its inventor. All right, now let me just pull up just. Don't you always like when people say just? Okay, good. Getting on my mise en place. going. I don't need this anymore, I don't think. Good. All right, and then you wanted that over there, I think. Ha ha. Well, a salt-based battery is very old. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, Arch Linux. Coder's Corner. And you like it over here so you can actually see it. There we go. Blah, blah, blah. I like this setup. Okay. I think this is good. I'm sorry that though I turn and then you can't see me, and I tried. So one other thing would be my camera. So why would it not work? Where should I plug it in? Does it have to reach all the way here? I'm just.
You know, I was thinking maybe you should.
Where did you plug this camera in before?
I'll put it in. Yeah, I'll
Was
take
it
care of
down
it.
here?
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
I can do it.
No, I got it. I was thinking maybe you should go on ASMR on Twitch. You know, as a chat room.
Well, it's true that I don't really do a lot of talking. I'm just coding.
Yeah, it's kind of for your episode. It would be good just to go up to the. You know how to do that? I can show you.
No, you can show me.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, I'm just going to go up here and go to Creator Dashboard and set it up as just chatting. Leave there and just go to ASMR and just try that out while we're in here, because you talk pretty close to the mic anyway, and update information.
Yes, I talk close to the mic.
The difference is this chat room is, this has got, you know, 17,000 people at any given time. So we automatically got 6 people in our show just now. Now you can talk.
You mean the coding or technology category? No, David means the ASMR category.
No, we had 6 people in there already.
People like ASMR.
But it could have more. Could have a lot more. And then people are like glued to like the sound of a woman. You know?
It's ASMR coding.
Yeah, coding with Sarah and ASMR.
Ooh, tingly, Sarah. Video, let me see. There it is. There we go. This'll work. I like that. So then I go over here. Actually, I was gonna put it behind this one. So then I'm like here and there. You see me here? Hi. How are you? Okay. This was on 11, I think that was 16. No. I know I'm off. Whisper. I can whisper. I love to whisper, actually. It's one of my favorite things to do. I really don't like talking a whole lot. I really like just being me, and that's it. Misanthropy, Shadow wants you to know that he says hello. That's what David Trump Jr. David Trump Jr., what does that even mean? All right. I think I'm ready for it. Miss Shadow, Misanthropy says hello. I don't know. I think I have one of those. I forgot the difference between the microphones. I was writing it down, but anyway. Oh, wait. He did not say Shadow hello. He said Chatto. It's like some chat shadow. All right, Misanthropy. Oh, wait, I'm not ready yet. Okay, Sarah, almost. All right. Oh yes, I'm doing Start X. Let me make sure this pulls back up. Yes. I should just let it. Oh, it does this all the time. All right. All right, first I need to hit enter. Win as default modifier, Alt as default modifier. I forgot what I wanted to do here. I think I have to go back. No, you don't hear that in the background at all. I have to go back a few days. And then I need to go back and figure out, I remember how to do this. To open up Firefox, it's still in here. Alt-D. And then I'm going to type Firefox. I'm going to enter there. And then I'll type in that one, or can I cut and paste? I don't know. If you weren't doing it inside Windows, you use Win. Oh. If I weren't doing it inside Linux. No, whatever. I don't know if I did that right. Okay, but either way, first I'm going to see if this will work. But it probably won't. So now I have to type it. Okay, and then I have to figure out this. Okay. If you're elected, a goat in every pot. Okay. Oh, it seems like some things over here. Shadow. Thank you. Well then, Shadow. Great, thanks, Shadow. Alright. Oh. File does not exist on this server, so my download's ready. Click here if my download does not start automatically. Did it start? I couldn't tell. Okay, I won't click a download button. It says file does not exist on the server. Did I type in something wrong? Oh, I typed in https://www.zippyshare.com/v/i lowercase w7z/q/u capital T lower t /file.html. I typed the exact what you did. Unless I did it too slow. Oh, it's a G, not a Q. Have fun with that. Thanks. So now I'm clicking this orange download button. Correct? All right, now where did it download to? And then I should open up a terminal because it downloaded, but I couldn't see when it downloaded. But all right, terminal. Wait. Oh, got it. Okay. First do this. Can't I? How do I close out of this one? Let's see. Cancel. Oh wait, close tabs. Yes. All right. What are you talking about, L? L. Moving on. Okay. Oh, I was just typing in a search engine the L thing. I didn't really mean anything by typing that in. It didn't mean anything. I thought I did. How do I know if I downloaded the file? Maybe I didn't download it. I thought I did. But maybe I didn't. I can see why you're a misanthrope when you're around someone like me, like that. Oh, no, I must not have. Oh, I wonder. No, not yet. Okay. So. Okay, now I'm downloading, I think. Oh. Oh, goodness. No, it did it again, didn't it? Oh, got it. Wow, that's really big. Got it. Now I do 7Z 1. All right. Got it. Unknown error. Oh, I misspelled again? Or did I? Oh, files. I did misspell. Finally. Duh. Oh, the original one said. Got it. Finally. Okay, X resources config i3 config i3. Got it. Okay. Now, do I need to move these? So I need to do 7zx config files. What is the difference with L and X? Oh. We'll show you, like, L is look and X is unzip it. You're baking some sugar cookies. Got it. David is in the other room. He'll be back shortly. Y to overwrite them, yes. Yes, I do. Okay, everything's okay. Awesome. Reboot. Okay. All right, sounds good. You're baking some sugar cookies. You know, part of me with the sugar cookie thing, I think I've been eating too much sugar. I've gotten a little heavier than I'd like, so I might pass on the sugar cookies. Been eating too much sugar recently. Oh, wait. Okay. Darn. I don't know if it'll let me. Darn. Oh, I have to do it before, right there. I'm going to try that again. Still didn't work. Maybe. Ah, yes. Okay. That worked. I know what you can't see it even when it's typing, but I'll still do this just because, you know, who I'm around. Oh, just a sec. Incorrect. Oh, okay. That's a good point. Oh, I like that so I see some of the things that you did. You moved the power bar, or whatever that bar is called, poly bar, to the top instead of at the bottom. You have it in gray instead of the multicolors it was. And then that looks right, I guess. Hopefully it'll still expand out when I put it to full screen. D menu? Oh, like Alt D. And then to try Firefox. It's like within that. Oh, I like that. Okay. That's one of them. Yeah, you themed everything. Awesome. Oh, no thanks, Sammy. Like the gray look. And I can change that later if I want, when I get into coding, if I want, but maybe I don't want to. Oh wait, and then I was gonna see, so I can do Alt and then arrows, right? To change the side. No, I don't know what that was. Okay. I think that's all the time we are going to have anyway. Ah, I see the colors. Got it. Down. Oh, well, you can't see the color. They can't see the colors here because I've got this thing going on. These are all the colors you coded. Okay, I'm glad you're baking Shadow. That's good. Okay. Good. All right, I might minimize that like that for a second. All right, good. Arch Linux VirtualBox. I see the kernel, the uptime packages, bash shell resolution, WMI3 theme, Adwaita. I should.
My goal with this screencast is that in just a little bit more time than we spent on the instead of just clicking create.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay. He found a video on security. Should I watch it?
You take that camera. I don't want anyone looking at my
Yes,
feet.
sorry. Just
No,
a
that's
sec.
okay.
Yes, sorry. Right.
Thank you. People were looking at my feet the other day. I was like, oh no, the foot fetish people. Okay, how's it going? Are we getting more people over there?
Probably
4.
not.
We got 4 people.
Meaning we got less than we.
We didn't really
started.
get into ASMR. Huh?
Are you sure?
Yeah. My fault. We're in now we lose one even more on ASMR. Wow.
Yeah,
They're
you
really
should just go back to the other one.
Well, yeah, I will. That's too bad. Creator dashboard. You found this video on security. It has some good information. Did you see this one?
I have not watched it yet.
My goal with this screencast is that in just a little bit more time than.
Okay, well, we'll have that play for you in a few minutes. That's for you, right? That's for your screen.
I don't know.
For your edification. The Popsicle Twins was a Tavistock moment in America. Really? Are you serious, Club Kid? You know for a fact the Popsicle Twins were a Tavistock invention? Because some of you have heard about... No, this is not the ASMR channel. I was just trying to get in there and see if I could get a few more people, but no. Hardly. But no. I'm just trying to get rid of my ASMR reading now, and I'm going back into just chatting. Just chatting. Yeah, we added Twitch this year because we felt that it was, since they unbanned us on the channel, we might as well just do it. So it makes sense. But not if they're going to ban us or censor us. All right. David, we got serious Pelosi video implicating her in the Ukraine scandal. Really? Okay, Sammy, do you have a clip of that? Okay, let's take a look. Okay, I'm going to play it for everybody. Here we go.
The best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. When President Obama became president of the United States, he elevated science to a higher place in our national priorities. It is science, 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 and science. Breaking our crippling addiction to oil. They are developing desirable, efficient cars that get more than 100 miles.
Okay, great. We're gonna have to play this a little later because it sounds like it's got some music in it that could be, repeated over and over again. They'll probably monetize me. I assume she's got some connection to Ukraine. Let's assume that that's possible, and so did Hillary. Yeah, and let's assume that both parties are corrupt at that level. Okay. Play it all the way. I mean, get to the point. I'd be better off playing transgender videos, really? I don't think so. That would be inappropriate. Oh, tingly, Sarah. Bleach bit? That don't post that.
He said that he was.
Don't post. That's just, yeah.
Well,
that's nice to know. Thank you.
I want to be able to.
We'll take care of it.
Create a chat room that pulls in all the different chat rooms.
Yeah.
Into one window.
I know.
That's what I want to do.
But that particular program was used by Hillary's email guy.
Oh, BleachBit.
Yeah.
Got it.
We don't use that ever.
I probably shouldn't download that while David's running for office.
No, it wouldn't be advisable.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, what should I do?
That's a red flag on that. Are you trying to clear memory or something?
No,
Then why would you need that?
nothing.
Oh, okay.
Let me think about it. I don't know.
Well, there's no reason to even use that program if what you're doing is just loading. Have you gotten an interface with Linux yet?
That's right here.
That's it? Cool. And this is your customized version? The way you loaded it? In Arch Linux?
This is the Windows tab.
Uh-huh.
And
Cool.
then this is Firefox over here, but I can close out of either of these.
Okay. I'll show you everybody what's going on the screen. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, as long as we can get rid of this person.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of her. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi could be our president. What are you talking about? Well, BleachBit it's an open source version of CCleaner, it still has a connotation that's like, why would we want BleachBit? We have nothing to hide. It's just the connection to the Hillary email server. It turns out the guy that was doing Hillary's emails, her tech guy, was online searching for something to erase emails, and there's a record of him actually looking for ways to erase her emails. There's an actual record of them. So it's an NRG clip with Pelosi in the mix. It puts her son equal to Biden's son in Ukraine. Yeah, we've already covered Pelosi's son, but that's great. I mentioned that Pelosi's son was working for her, but those aren't impeachable offenses. None of them are.
It's just to clean up cache and other junk,
Oh,
not
okay.
necessarily to get rid of emails.
Okay, well, I just don't officially use that program on our computers, but thank you. All right, thank you, Sarah. And dinner is served, by the way. It's a wonderful vegetable mix and some wontons, some ground Angus beef with cheese and yellow peppers and onions.
Oh, thank you.
So help yourself. And there's also there's actually some steak there I cooked too.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
I made that steak that you bought, the sirloin. Good. Have as much of that as you want. I'm very comfortable around computers. I just won't use BleachBit on a computer, especially a political show. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Boomer, you don't seem very respectable here, or respectful. Do you have any last words before we ban you from the show? Yeah. I mean, something might redeem you other than what you've been posting. I've read your chat. It's horrible. It's like, do you expect to be known by being a jerk? Is that your primary goal, is to look like the biggest jerk in the show? All right, later. Can you believe that guy? What a vile piece of garbage, chat garbage. He makes the word chat truly a front row center word. We've got video of this very disturbing. The students at Syracuse University, the people of ethnic minority background, are saying they don't want white people in their room, and they want the ability to keep white people out of their room.
So what I'm trying to understand is, why is it that we have to go through racism with our own teachers? Why is it that we have to go into our counselors and deal with their racist BS?
I am currently a student who is not matriculated. I am not constituted here. I have missed opportunities. This school refuses to help me financially to continue doing what I need to do. We're talking about this Barnes Center. We're talking about a video game center. We got this new dojo in my class graduated.
Party I was at, we walked outside and their white neighbors called the cops on them. The cops on the black students at this party. What are you waiting for? Let's talk about how on the news the black lady was shot in her house.
It's a common problem. Blacks want to segregate from whites, and just as much as whites tend to want to segregate from blacks. And it's a growing threat to integration as a whole. When we enable segregation, we actually prevent integration. Just like when they push transgenderism on us, we're preventing normalcy or normality. Oh, I know, but if I developed a computer system that was able to clean itself, I'd call that a good computer system. So why in the world can't Arch Linux clean itself, man? I mean, I don't think there's any Linux program that can clean itself. That's my thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to, imitate blacks because it's derogatory. I'm trying to do it because it's complimentary. I mean, there's a certain style of communication that blacks have that whites don't, and when they get together, it's an interracial mishmash. My point is, we just need to prevent segregation, but don't push integration. That's my thing. And I don't want discrimination of any kind going on. Go ahead, Nancy.
Per gallon. My son Paul, who is here with me, tells me that is par for the course and not to be overwhelmed by that prospect that will be considered the normal.
We're having a very exciting day here in Washington, D.C.
That's her son Paul. Okay. Did he come from the gene splicing doctor, the prison doctor that did the artificial insemination back then? He looks like a lot of the people I've seen who've been artificially created in test tubes. That's Paul? I'm Paul, yeah. BleachBit provides a user interface to do it easily. Yeah, but I'm not going to use BleachBit on a computer involved in a political campaign, man. I told you that. It just doesn't look right, man. Come up with something better, like the new version of CCleaner when they got the Russian hack out of it. That'd be great. Racialism has been real in the past. The word racism was developed in the 1970s. Now you go to the wiki and try to look up racism. It'll say there's a book called Racism in the 1930s, but there's nothing like that. Nothing at all. There's no book. It's not about being paranoid, it's about the impression. I'm not going to download BleachBit. My goodness. I am not going to fit into the norm, if you will, of being like an idiot. After all. I'm a cybernetic organism. Human flesh over mental exoskeleton. Yeah. You cannot control me. It's not ignorance. No, if you became aware that, gee, it's so wonderful to use something that's highly illegal, and gosh, wouldn't you? But it's not illegal, but it's got the impression of being illegal. Would you go around talking about it? Yeah, think about it. I'm just playing the, even Steven here. You can't tell me that's the only program that Linux can use to clean up log files. Come on, who are you kidding? Yeah, wasn't there that virus that they used in Iran on the centrifuges? You could use that. Stuxnet? Just kidding. Hey, Club Kid, thank you, but we don't really need you in the show either. Yeah, that was his alternative name. We're waiting on these vile pieces of crap to leave the show. They were Trump Tarticans that were sitting in our show wondering, well, I don't know why I'd vote for anybody but Trump, when they have no clue as to how corrupt Trump is. But wait till the impeachment goes forward, because he will be impeached in the House, I'm sure of it. I don't think cleaning up log files in a 20 terabyte space is that important. I mean, really. Jeez, you're confined to that space. What difference does it make? What difference at this point does it make? I think, a lot of times you're just kind of caught in the world of wanting to make sure you're OCD on your entire approach toward this thing. It could have all been done with a couple of sleight of hand moves and a few downloads, and you've taken like 8 days to implement Arch Linux. I get it. You want everything to be perfect your way. You're teaching good practice. I'll agree with that. I just can't imagine taking that much time to implement anything and calling it a good program. Okay, I've got some really interesting video that came in 2 days ago. You know how the Rothschilds have been trying to control all the last remaining countries like Yemen. They're in control of Yemen now with the ouster of President Saleh. They want to control Iran. But guess what? You didn't see in the mainstream media. You saw Rouhani, actually, the people protesting burn down the central bank in Bebahan, Iran, which the Rothschilds own. They don't want the Rothschilds controlling their country, and that's one of the reasons why Iran is such a strong holdout against the New World Order. Gosh, we're going to mute you for a while. You're of no value here, and I'm getting a little tired of your attitude. Like I said the other day, you really don't belong in a third party. You never should have been in here. I think Sarah's well enough on her way now that she could actually manage this her own. But thank you. We're going to keep you out of the show for about 5 minutes so you can cool your jets. If you don't start showing respect for the show, and especially me, you're gone, buddy, permanently. And I don't have a problem with that. My God, I mean, a big deal about BitBleach, not wanting to use that. It's a bad program to say a political party's using on their computer system. Come on. Give me a break. What an idiot. I mean, does he have any idea how he's perceived? I'm going to give you a little tutorial on what being a misanthrope is all about. Are you ready for this? This is going to give you a little insight into what's happening in the world of misanthropic people. I'm going to give you a tutorial. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for giving me that information. Yeah, it's really gets to me when I think about the nature of this person. While I do that, watch the Iranian people protest. All right. Yeah, it's pretty sad when you think about how many people are living in their own little world and they have absolutely no concern for the people around them or the world they live in. And they develop zero social skills. And that's what we're really battling this during our show, because a lot of you watch the show and this is your society, this is your world. The last thing we want you to do is become people like this misanthrope. And I'm going to give you all the terrible qualities of misanthropy and what he's been doing. Yeah, it's just highly destructive, and it really doesn't evolve into anything productive. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Sammy. So I put it in Reddit room if you want to check it out. Here's my Flipboard if you guys want to check out Flipboard. It has 30 different magazines, all of which give you all the cutting edge links we've received in our show over the few years that we've been, ever since we were shut down on Delicious. And one of the magazines we just created was the Reddit Room. And in it, I put, you call me a misanthrope because I avoid society. Yeah. Here we go. Whatever. You err. I love society, yet in order to not to hate people, I must avoid their company. The word Greek comes from to hate people, misanthrope. Number one of the signs of being a misanthrope, if you tend to be more sensible than the people who surround you. One sure sign that you're a misanthrope is that you tend to be more sensible than the people around you. If you hate people because you just think most of them are idiots, this term mostly likely applies to you. Misanthropes tend to dislike people in general, not because they're intellectual snobs, but rather because they simply don't want to deal with people's nonsense in general. Number two, you hate a deep-seated hatred for drama. You simply cannot stand drama and the people who cause it. You're most likely a misanthrope. You prefer to spend time by yourself. Absolutely. They isolate themselves. You never really use social media. A lot of people hating misanthropes avoid social media websites like Facebook and Twitter like the plague because they're outlets for people to talk and communicate with each other. Your average misanthrope will have no interest in them whatsoever. You cannot stand children. These people typically have no patience for kids. You have a bad case of road rage. Oftentimes they're caught driving radically on the road. Chances are you have no patience for bad drivers. Number seven, you're always a bit too blunt when speaking with others. You have probably found yourself in more than one situation where you've been accused of being mean or even heartless because of your direct and perhaps inappropriate comments. You have a difficult time making new friends. You just tend to rub people the wrong way. You'd rather not have a significant other. You simply sometimes you feel lonely, but overall you just don't want to bother with such a deep and personal relationship. You think you're better than most people. You have some sort of anxiety disorder. Studies have shown misanthropes tend to have some sort of anxiety disorder. If you sometimes get panic attacks when you're in large groups of people, misanthropy is at least somewhat likely. You really enjoy people watching. These people usually prefer to watch people over actually interacting with them. So I think that covers it. You know, definitely are a misanthrope, and we really don't need anybody who has that assembling of personality characteristics. Best way to describe it. It could be an Oedipus complex, unfulfillment with the mother's vagina, that kind of thing. I don't really know. You could suffer from any number of maladies, but I'm not a psychiatrist. I just thought that was really appropriate when it was sent to us by Scissor Fight. Ah, yes, misanthrope. In other words, we are realists and they want us to hate ourselves for saying it's like it is. Maybe that's it. You may be a misanthrope too. But what I'm trying to get at is we're not really building a political movement with people like you. That's really where I'm coming from. And I really don't need somebody, you know, coming into the show, handing over literally code by code verbatim from something that could have been cut and pasted in less than 25 minutes. And doing it verbatim, actually pulling it off a screen and putting it over here. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. But now that it's installed, we can go from there. It just blows my mind that, you know, first of all, we've taken a big hit during that time period because it's just so painfully boring for people to sit there and look at somebody, you know, moving code over. It's not like this person created the code. He's simply reciting it from a script someone else worked hard at. Today's subject matter is Prince Andrew's faux pas with his BS that he started acting like he was from a pizza parlor, that he was in a pizza parlor with his nephews when he was supposed to be, or allegedly, with Virginia Giuffre Roberts. It didn't fly, and it pissed off a lot of people like you, who said how ridiculous to use the word pizza parlor in reference to pedophilia. How ironic, too, that he would use that as an excuse. So that's kind of an issue that really was sitting high on the list 2 days ago. Oh, you watered your house? Your plant house? Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, you watered your plants in your house. This is something you can't do more than once every other day, by the way. Otherwise, you'll kill the plants. What else to do? I would consider vacuuming the carpet. Start in on your vacuuming operation. I know I'm not showing up on the iVlog page. I've refreshed 3 times. I'm going to go into iVlog right now and just go over there and do a troubleshoot myself and open the show up over there. Let's see if it makes any difference. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, it just gets tedious to have to constantly realize that everyone's so cynical. Gosh, that's great. Oh, good to know. We're all apathetic and cynical. Wonderful. We're all cynical apathetics. Where do you go from there? Nobody really wants to get to know anybody who's cynically apathetic. Really, there you go. Well, some mechanics take pride in American cars, especially Cadillacs. Yeah. There are many people that actually, when they are mechanics, they begin to know that car's up and downs, that they actually believe that they created it. Did you hear that Mustang is coming out with an SUV? Okay, see if I'm in the list now. Hi. Yeah, see if that makes a difference over at iVlog. Yeah, I'm not sure if that does. It might give me a little more exposure. Unbelievable. He was hogging up Sarah's time, and a lot of other people were wondering what the heck what this was about, and it really is kind of absurd. Now that we have the interface, I think we'll be okay. And you know, I think we should experiment with different types of Linux as well. And I'm thinking of getting Sarah a Christmas present, just so you know. Yeah, looking at possibly an i7 64-bit computer online. Yeah, just to load straight up, do Linux straight up on it. Okay, we found an anomaly. Scissorfight found an anomaly in the photographs of the recent Walmart shooting. The postings occurred ahead of time again. Another series of postings online a day before the event happens. And when he found this out, I'm just going to synopsize it here. He found dates from the day before it happened, and then once he finds a story and he goes on it, this happens time and time again with him, then he goes back to the site and there's an error reporting. It's gone. It's wiped out. Not weird? So he's actually doing the detailed work of looking up these stories and finding out days ahead of time. Eyes are symptoms of derangement syndrome. Do you think that, yeah, you're still playing that old picture of Adam Schiff? Wow. That's sad. That really is. Big hug. You know, just because Adam Schiff kicked ass last week, he's doing exactly what I hoped he did. And he has obviously exposed the corruption, the Ukrainian holding back the money to Ukraine hurt a lot of Ukrainians. One died a week because of Trump's delays. And Trump and the Republicans act like they did nothing wrong. But Schiff came out great last week. We had 2 witnesses that confirmed what they were saying, and or 3 witnesses rather. And then we have, you know, the confidence of years of respected service to the nation from people like William Taylor. Oh no, Adam Schiff is following. Look at the way he played you Republicans and said he's not going to tell you the name of the whistleblower because he doesn't even know it. I mean, he just played you people. He like worked you like you'd never ever been in a political discussion. And the problem with you Republicans, I don't care if he's a lifelong bureaucrat. He's doing his job, and thank goodness for that. Because without people like that, we would be up crap creek without a paddle with Trump trying to undermine our Ukrainian friendship. My goodness. You Republicans are oblivious to what Trump just did. He cost men's lives. And the work that this man is doing is exemplary now. All you can do is make fun of him and call him names with his eyes. You guys are like really stooping here. You have no response to all the accusations of collusion and obstruction of justice. You have no responses other than it's all a hoax, it's all a big hoax, it's a scam, it's a witch hunt. Those are your answers to 50 different questions. Those are your answers. How do you expect to win in a court case, let alone an impeachment process? Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen for you. Okay, hey. Okay, we got a person over here at Twitch who said, "Shadow, Aaron Linville." I remember when. Yeah, I know. He said he didn't care at all, Aaron. Miss had a big thing about his computer last time. He said he didn't care at all. He bitched for 20 minutes straight and came in under different names and made ridiculous statements. We don't need a hothead misanthrope in our show. It's just not working out. People don't realize that I do this show against all odds. And believe me, I've been towing the line for a long time. We can lose a few viewers if we have to. David, if I told you an earthy tasting drink could revitalize your life, would you try it? Sure, what is it? I'm all about earthy tasting drinks. I've been checking things out myself. Have you ever tried Nani? It's from Tahiti. It's a super amazing, it's a beet drink, really? That's kind of cool. It's called Super Beets. I will check it out, definitely. Sarah and I bought some organic beets at the Costco. They were all pre-cooked in a container. We still have them in the refrigerator. You should break those out. Those are really good for you. Hey, no big deal. We just had to end this ridiculous nonstop charade of code passing between two people. And it culminated in him wanting her to download BitBleach or BleachBit. I mean, come on. Hillary did that. I'm not downloading that on her computer. And he's like, well, if you were smarter, you'd know it was perfectly okay. It's not that the fact the program may be perfectly okay. It's the fact that the program is involved in a political show. We're not going to use BleachBit. My goodness. Thank goodness I came in when I did. I know. Just asking her to download things like that. What a jerk. Unbelievable. Okay. More contamination in the Keystone Pipeline. 10 times more land has been affected than previously thought. There's not much we can do about that. And this is hilarious. Seriously? Waterford Whispers News. I don't know if this is true or not, but Kevin Spacey's going to play Prince Andrew in season 4 of The Crown. Oh my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. Talk about reality outdoing fiction. That's bizarre. Yeah, we just get tired of people that don't believe in anything. You know, we're all here for a reason. Some people come here just to share their views and get their ideas out there, get seen by others. Some people come in here because they really want a third party, and they really believe in a third party because they understand the dynamic behind the failing two-party system. Some people just want to come in and talk, you know, and share. Remember Anita? Anita came in and talked about her colostomy bag all the time. I never banned Anita, but Mark did. You know, I'm not some weird cult leader, you know? It's not like this is Hale Bop and, you know, I'm trying to help take you off the ledge, the political ledge, to go to the Hale Bop planet so everything will be fine. I'm not trying to manipulate your mind or anything. I'm just here to share, Dave. Yeah, it's like I'm trying to just give you guys ideas about alternative independent views. You can vote independent or you can vote Republican or Democrat. I don't really care at this point. It's way beyond that. So this is not some cultic belief system I'm pushing. You don't believe in anything anymore. Yeah, you're a misanthrope. Do you want the link? Here's the link. You can read all about yourself. You won't even have to go to a psychiatrist. This will give you everything you need to know. These days we don't want to believe, we don't know what to believe anymore. You're looking into consciousness and suicide? I don't think that's a good place for you to be, man. No, there's no consciousness in suicide. I think you're on the wrong track there, buddy. Good, we're up on their front page now. So I can't really, I have to do this. I have to open up Vaughn and iVlog separately in order to have a show where I can be in the front page. And since you guys at Periscope don't talk too much, we'll check in on you now and then, but because you don't talk too much, I'll probably stick with, watching iVlog where you are in that category. Twitch has something. Here it is. Here's the Naked Juice does Berry Blast. Well, I'm going to try anything Super Beet or Berry Blast. That sounds like a possibility. But you know you are getting glyphosate in those drinks, right? They're not organic, so you're probably getting herbicides in those drinks. I don't know. They are non-GMO, though. That's a good thing. Yeah, but they're not organic. Definitely organic. Definitely. But can you imagine knocking a woman like Anita out of the show? When all she did was have this show to come to and talk about her stoma bag, and we let her? I don't know about you. You know, that's a religious belief that you die and come back. You ought to become a Buddhist, man. No. I don't believe that. Unless you're a Buddhist, you're not likely you're going to come back as anything unless you happen to like being a roach. Hindus believe that too. You're just aligning with the Hindu faith. You don't even know it. Give up your Ashkenazi Jewish background and become a Hindu and a Buddhist before you decide to, you know, because they don't recommend suicide. They believe that your chances to the pathway to the greater being outside is not through suicide. You'll find that if you study that whole subject that you're looking at right now, the deeper you get, the more people have talked about it, and you will discover a new religion. I would urge you to become a monk and go to Tibet, maybe, or Lhasa. I understand the monastery at Lhasa is looking for one single Ashkenazi Jew who happens to have your name on it. It's a remote. They got rid of the last guy, Jim Carrey. Yeah, remember he didn't work it out. He lost himself. Jim Carrey had a kind of a mental breakdown of sorts, but I guess he wouldn't want to call it a mental breakdown. He suffers from manic depression, bipolar disorder, and he couldn't, you know, live his life as Jim Carrey anymore. So he became kind of a new person, you know, by painting and doing oil paint and having a daily show on Blog TV. It was a great way to unwind and forget that I was, you know, that he was actually had a career as a comedian. But no, Jim Carrey doesn't exist anymore. That's what he said. I don't know. If you're on a lot of antidepressants, I can see why you feel that way. Lithium will make you feel like you're standing in stagnant water. That's what I've been told. I don't take meds because I'm not mentally deranged, but there are people that do have to take meds in order to survive, and I'm not in any way claiming you're mentally deranged. I'm just saying, you know, now that's just sad, see? There you go again. Yes. You're having a mental breakdown? Oh, you don't talk to anybody during the day, and you left a job where you had a lot of people talking to you. You don't leave the house, you don't talk to anyone, I'm just a mute. Why don't you drag yourself down to that local casino and just hang out and eat hamburgers and don't gamble? I'm sure you'll meet a lot of people to talk to. Seriously. And it's free. I mean, it's practically free to sit there and eat hamburgers. Because of Trump, there's no welfare line spread across food stamps. Give you a break. Impeach this guy. Yeah. Impeach Reagan. Impeach Clinton. Impeach the sex crimes. Yeah, I like that, J-Mix. Impeach them all, man. Come on. I agree. Impeach Biden. I like that. Hey, let's not rag on anybody here. Let's just give each other help, because I'm glad you got a place to talk to, Tekwala. You know? We are a place I like to at least hang out just to share online, and you can't do that in almost every other chat room. Every other chat room is going so fast, like on gaming chat rooms, nobody talks. It's like LOL, ROFL, RFOL. Nobody talks at all. God, it's just not right. This way you can talk with Interactive Dave. Yeah, we can share our views. It doesn't have to be this way. Yeah, you look at the negativity of the world. People losing their houses. You bet on wages 33-1 and say, what the heck? And then you make the money. Yeah. You're playing the game of life. It's the game of life. The game of life. It's the way that we play the game of life. Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, you should start drinking more coffee. Drink more organic coffee. I'm telling you, it'll change your life. Wow. Mad. You know, the thing is, Kevin Spacey playing Prince Andrew is ridiculous. I can't even go there. Dave, you want to see the new Terminator game? I do. Do you have it? Mr. Dave, you have said both parties, all of Congress is corrupt and owned, then commend Schiff for doing that to Trump. But if Trump is part of the... I'm looking for both parties to take each other down, Aaron. Isn't that painfully obvious? My goodness. I'm a third-party candidate. I don't want both parties to look good. There's the new Terminator game. Yeah, we need to look at this. Yeah, looks good. We'll check it out. And I'm a big supporter of legalizing marijuana, which Biden won't embrace now. I'm kind of down on Biden because of his behavior. He actually said that he believes it's a gateway drug still, and he won't legalize it. So screw you, Biden. Yeah, it's called Terminator Resistance. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Why are we all yelling? We're not. We're all just wanting to be heard, Trump Tardo. But I'm watching all chat now. I am monitoring everyone, including Pedro chat brother. Pedro's half brother. Thank you for coming in, man. Good to know you're around. No, not really. You know, he was standing up making his morning toast with lox and bagels. Don't worry about it. Mad Dog took some pretty rough jobs, man. Mad Dog worked as a mortuary guy for a while, handling bodies. So he's been there, done that, dude. Anyway, you just came off a really good career job in the phone industry where you succeeded. You need to reframe what you look at your whole life. You need to look at yourself and go, wow, yeah, I'm really happy I did that. So this is your choice for 2020 right now in the current race. Forget Buttigieg, because he just got a pass by CNN. They gave him a 9-point lift in the polls. Of course, CNN has a bunch of transgenders and lesbians on their dial-up, way more than our society. So they just gave Pete Buttigieg a huge lift and put him at the top. But frankly, I think Biden's going to hold against Trump as long as Trump is running. No, Tekwal is totally able to function. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't drink. He smokes a little pot this summer, but he hardly ever does it. Yeah, 3 years he went without weed. Yeah, you succeeded and then shook your head and realized we're going in the wrong direction with the ineptitude of the common man and the BS entitlement masked by a cool phone they pride all around, thinking their whole world is in their hand. You've got the whole world in your iPhone, except a friend. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's a brutal world out there in the consumer market that we have. It's dog eat dog. I'm telling you, this is a rat race. We call it a human race, but it is really a rat race for a lot of people, and I'm not kidding. People are going through hell just to make their minimum payments on their credit cards, or even get something to eat at night. So it's a big change over the years. Yeah, I hear you. So you got the choice between this or that, your choice. Moving on. I want to do a little discussion here. I'll be right there. All right, we're up and running again. No, I just had to explain what happened to her. It's just that we cannot have this mentality of denigrating people in our show when we're actually just a hangout online. And if you don't want to take it seriously, I get that. We have people who don't take it seriously. We do. But then again, we're fighting a battle of censorship that even the mere fact we've been here for 11 years nonstop every night is in and of itself a huge accomplishment. And to be told that we're wasting our time or no one knows what they're talking about over here by somebody who's literally living the life of negativity, we don't need that. We just don't. Sarah does have a unique wardrobe, and we pride ourselves on our unique wardrobe. Most everything we have is cotton. Yes. Did you have some dinner?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, she's going to give you some of her ASMR now. We're going to...
No, let's...
You don't want to?
No.
Okay.
I don't think it's very...
Well, people were losing interest rapidly in the code that was used to create Arch Linux, but now that we have something and we have a tutorial over here we can look at right here, that's something I'll leave out there for you. I'll put it in bookmarks. Okay.
What are you putting in bookmarks?
The 15-minute guide.
Oh.
Whatever. It was just in the room earlier.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, Trump, you know, I've been thinking about what Trump Tardo said to me the other day. You guys really believe that there's a void if Trump does have a lot of Republicans losing interest? And I agree. I do. And I even thought to myself, what would it feel like for me to actually lean toward the Republicans now that I've actually been leaning toward the Democrats most of my life? And I'm supportive of gun rights. I strongly support you on that. I'm beginning to see a lot of your perspectives slowly. And because I'm a centrist, I'm able to look at the right and say, yeah, you've got some grounded policies of returning America to its roots, not being sold out to a global world authority. But the problem with Republicans is they don't attack the global new world authority. They seem to be embracing it. That's the problem. If they would just out this group of globalists, and I'm seeing this now on Fox. I'm seeing Fox pitch this idea that they don't want nationalists. Look at this. This is a couple of Fox guys talking, or they do want nationalists. They don't want globalists. This is a couple of Fox guys talking about the subject that I'm talking about.
Especially during the campaign. How do you see the coverage of impeachment as it's played out this week?
Well, it was just a net.
Is Rich Lowry, the editor of National Review and author of a new book, The Case for Nationalism. Rich, you're a conservative who hasn't always been Donald Trump's biggest fan, especially during the campaign. How do you see the coverage of impeachment as it's played out this week?
Well, it was just inevitable, Howie, right, that these witnesses would be valorized by the media. And Taylor and Yovanovitch, they're serious, credible people. But what's been most stark to me, and like you, I'm old enough to remember the last impeachment fight in Washington. When Republicans were impeaching Bill Clinton, they are portrayed as a general matter by the media as these partisan fanatics on a doomed mission. And you get zero sense of that now, even though Democrats are on an equally doomed mission to impeach and remove Trump.
Yeah, I don't agree with either one, but if we could challenge the globalists' mentality and go after restoring our nation's country and its roots and the rule of law, but we're seeing these Republicans not even understand the rule of law. Trump actually believed that he was going to get the Sixth Amendment to defend him during the impeachment inquiry. And he's not even in the trial stage yet. That goes to the Senate if it passes the House. So Trump doesn't even understand the rule of law, and neither do the Republicans. I'm going to go show you guys the jacket that Sarah got me at the, well, I won't tell you where she got it, but it's a really nice jacket. I love it. I'm going to go get it. It's warm, too.
Because David didn't want me to download some program, an open source version of CCleaner.
Yeah, I wore it this weekend. It was really very comfortable.
Oh, yes.
Let's put it on the, I'm going to show it on the other camera.
On that camera?
Yeah. I got it. I'll take it up. But yeah, it's like a, it's just like a all suede, and it's very, very warm. And I was wondering why the pleather jacket I had before was so, you know, flimsy. And Sarah said, you know, pleather jackets are, you know, they attract cold. And so we donated the pleather jacket, which was wearing out around the collar, to the clothing giveaway. So somebody got a nice pleather jacket, but the collar was kind of messed up. But yeah, this is like 100% suede, very warm, got nice lining in it, very well made. I'm not going to tell you the brand because I don't want to brag, but it was really nice. Yeah, it was very nice. Good winter jacket for the coming months. Yeah, it's kind of like it's got that look, you know. How about this wide angle lens? It's kind of cool. This is our studio from America's Third Parties background. We've been using this green screen for many years. We got it the second year we started broadcasting. And it was a donation that got the green screen. It wasn't a download that we were worried about. It was the impression of downloading BitBleach or BleachBit.
Yeah.
I just don't think we would ever do that. And it was just lulling us into a kind of a state of, gee, what's next? You know, we can discover things on our own now. Thanks. It wasn't like he was developing code for us or anything. He was just transcribing how to install Arch Linux word by word, letter by letter. And it got to be tedious. And I'm amazed we lasted eight days doing it. Oh, I'm not saying it's fine. It's not something that I would say is a good or bad program. I could care less if it works and it's free. I wouldn't put it on a program related to our political party. I wouldn't put it on a computer because it has such a bad connotation with Hillary Clinton using it to get rid of all those emails. And her tech guy actually went out looking for that, and somebody said, yeah, you should use BleachBit. And then he went ahead and used it. There's evidence that he was looking for it just to get rid of those emails. Just download Ubuntu. You don't need all that command line stuff. I hear you, man. Sometimes computer systems really are, it's about how ease of use. And I'm a big I'm a big supporter of what you see is what you get software. And people can criticize me all they want, but I'm encouraging people to actually dive into the internet without getting blown away. Don't feel it's daunting when it's so easy and convenient at times. Yeah, maybe Slow Modes can give you some tips. He's very, very smart on this issue too. Anyway, I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay, now that I've downloaded Arch Linux, now what should I do with it? I am pretty busy, Evil Dance to Good. It's true. I could make an Ubuntu machine in Oh, and OBS works out of the box on. Okay. I suppose I could do that as well, but I like that Arch Linux is kind of working, so what I really want eventually is to create my own chat room. So I guess what did Mark create his site with? Thanks. I could totally imagine leaving. Yeah, he said he muted you or something. Sorry. My apologies. No, you wouldn't know. Probably should talk to him, but know how that won't go over well. Turns out peanut butter milkshake is very addictive. Agreed. Love peanut butter and ice cream. Well, all I can say is I'm sorry. Dry King also loves peanut butter milkshakes. And Luke, Skype person, Skype talker. I know. Oh, thank you. Makes me look skinny. Okay. Being unemployed depresses you. You need to find a job. Well, here's my advice for you, Shadow, if you need to find a job. Spend all the time that you would being at work looking for work. Why? What's wrong with the sweater? I like this sweater. My mom gave me this sweater. Okay, I was just looking at in Arch Linux. No, I still don't know anything. I was going through the Alt-D menu. That's what I was starting with, just to like find these. So these are like different files, right? And one of them is Firefox, but they don't open up different windows or anything. But they're different things inside it. I'm not listening to you at all, Down Under. Oh, this chat was disconnected because you joined another room. What? I'm gonna refresh. right. Click here to enter this room. Chat's open to everyone. Oh, but and of course Vaughn Live refused to connect. Oh, because I have to be here and refresh here or something. Okay, and then going back here and refreshing. That is weird. I don't know what that's all about. Okay. Do all Christian mingle first dates require going to a potluck dinner? I don't know, but I actually like potluck dinners. I don't bring that much, and there's always good food. Usually good food. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. All right. I had to kind of fix some things. Sarah, most of America is obese. Why would I want to eat their food? You do have a point there. Because it's tasty, but you're right. I need to think about my health more. You applied for a job in July and they just recently replied saying the position was filled. That's kind of weird. I've never really eaten fondue. I think I had it once and I wasn't too fond of it because it's like, I love melted cheese, like nachos, but fondue cheese is more like milky. It's kind of weird. I agree. Don't do online applications. Find a company that you really want to work for and give them a phone call. I know. That's the point of this sweater, to make me look like a human candy corn. It's not that, it hasn't been that long since Halloween. It's only been a couple weeks, and it's a few days until Thanksgiving. Okay, you got your Linux distribution via GitHub, yes. Mm-hmm. Now you guys are all thinking she likes to look like a human candy corn. That's fine. Okay. What was the glowy? A government something? All right. I have not Turing tested my chat. I do believe that more than 80% are AI bots. No, Howie, never. I don't think Howie is an AI bot. He just comes up with the oddest things. I think what I'm going to do now is just go into Arch, that first thing that we looked at, which was I was just going to go into Arch's user base. I know. Are you AI down under? How would they know? Well, 1.3 billion AIs, Aaron, Linvale, whatever your name is. Arch Linux. I think that's what I'm going to start with now. I'm going to go over here and start reading that. You don't think your mind would be good at AI? You wouldn't even know. I think I'm going to go to the Arch Linux forums and look at the newbie counter, or go to the wiki, forums or wiki, maybe the wiki. I post an image with directions for chat and speak and type contrary directions. Humans are those who follow directions in the image. This test has proven 80% plus of 4chan posters are bots. Wow. Wow, that's interesting. General recommendations, annotated index of post-installation tutorials and other popular articles. That's probably good. And IRC channels to get together with your fellow archers for a good chat. Find clarifications if you struggle to understand instructions in some articles. Okay, so I think I'm going to start with general recommendations. Oh, I'll get rid of this. Don't think of it as programming for variables. The program has to allow for the self-creation of variables that lead to decisions. So we don't have true AI yet. What do you mean? Down under, I have installed Arch Linux on a VirtualBox. I might want to go in and retype all the other things. Alright, this document is an annotated index of popular articles. And important information for improving and adding functionalities to the installed Arch system. Readers are assumed to have read and followed the installation guide to obtain a basic Arch Linux installation. Having read and understood the concepts explained in system administration and package management is required for following the other sections of this page and other articles in the wiki. So let's start with system administration. This category deals with administrative tasks and system management. For more, please see core utilities and category system administration. Reddit and Twitter 90% AI? Okay, a new installation leaves you with only the super user account, better known as root. Logging in as root for prolonged periods of time, possibly even exposing it via SSH on a server, is insecure. Instead, you should create and use unprivileged user accounts for most tasks. Only using the root account for system administration. See users and groups user management for details. Alright, anyway, I'll deal with this later.
Yeah.
David's back.
It's a slow process of just looking and watching and reading. And yeah, I tend to believe you're right. 4chan is 80% AI. I've noticed that 4chan has been used to release information and all kinds of things. I wouldn't doubt the government has the ability to buy everybody and anything. By printing up money, they can offer hackers money. They can purchase AI systems to operate in the background. Most of the news is written by AI. There's typos in the news, which I find rather interesting. Fox especially, I found a typo the other day. And I have a feeling Fox is written more by people who are like zealots, right-wing zealots who want to force Trump down our throats. It's scripted according to the sites, yeah. Thanks, Sarah, for all that help. Okay, enjoy. Get some rest. I not only claim I'm censored, people have confirmed it. I have verification. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it. It does these installs every time. It's weird. It's like the computer can never get another update.
Oh yeah, something like that.
What is JIDF? Some of you getting hungry, I guess. We've got potential burgers galore coming up. Hey, J-Mix. The future of endless burgers is very real. Oh, the JDF. Yes, thank you. I didn't realize there was a Jewish Internet Defense Force, but somebody told me they meet on Shabbat, and they spend all their time trying to rewrite the wiki so that they can get rid of any reference to the word Nazi and link to the word Ashkenazi. Yeah, Stephen, I didn't even know this group existed until someone told me that they were meeting on Saturdays to do that, just that. They leave their computers on so that they don't violate the Torah. And when they come in, they sit down. Yeah, they have wiki editing parties. Who do you think writes the wiki? After Trump was elected, there was a deliberate effort to feed tens of thousands of 4chan posts into neural networks to train AI bots. Sadly, today most of the /poll/ is a trained AI bot posting random garbage designed to divert attention from real issues. Good point, Down Under. That's why when you want to be picky about what you want to see and read, we'd like filters of some sort. I'd like to see a team of people being brought to the forefront who have all of their bank accounts in public trust so that we know that they're not being bought off. Like we wanted Donald Trump to do, which didn't happen. And they would call themselves the Media Verification Alliance. It's a concept I came up with many years ago with the hope that, well, actually 2 years ago, with the hope that maybe we could build this. You know, maybe we can, it's kind of like Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. Or something to that effect. So we gather here and we talk about stories. We try to get evidence. And the common thread that the Media Verification Alliance has found, being the alliance is right now me and myself and I. Oh, and Scissor Fight. Well, I don't know if you want to join. But we found that there's a lack of evidence of all these different events that have happened since the Aurora, Colorado shooting and James Holmes. We're talking, well, 9 years ago, 10 years ago. Yeah. And for 10 years, we've been looking at all these people that are supposedly dying, and we give up looking to check out their funerals. Not one of them has been buried with an open casket. Not one, except for one guy. The pastor at the Charleston shooting. Remember him? Yeah, that was the pastor Clemente Pickney. Well, unless he dropped his ear a half an inch before he died. I mean, why would his ear drop a half an inch? And why is his head shapen and misshapen? It's very strange. It looks like a wax dummy. So they don't show you any real bodies. And this is exactly what the Media Verification Alliance would find. They'd be you and I, people in local areas that want to get their basic travel expenses covered. We'll give you a per diem for your car. And if you have to drive to a certain place in your state, and this is an idealized process, I'm not going to give it to you right now, but you would drive to someplace within your state to verify an event that happened, and you'd be a licensed news attaché who could actually go into even a coroner's office and look to see if the body is there. Food prices set to rise. Grand solar minimum evening news. Okay. I did. Up, up, and away, and my beautiful. We did that show a couple months ago. I mean, that was, I think, new 1909. I'd have to go back there to pull up the Fifth Dimension if you want it. That would work, yeah. The Saugus High School was an active shooter drill, folks. And Scissorfight just has this information right now. Let's go there. This is a video we'll play later tonight, but here's a little taste of it. Oh, actually, this is 24 seconds. Let's check this out.
Coming to Highland Elementary School. Please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill. Coming to Highland Elementary School. Please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill. Coming to Highland Elementary School. Please use full call signs. We'll need full call signs due to the active shooter drill.
Wow. There they go. They said it right out. Active shooter drill. Well, that's proof positive that we've been faked out. So if they're willing to do this on a daily basis, and Trump never calls this fake news, never. He didn't call the Parkland shooting where nobody saw footage of Nicholas Cruz killing anybody, and some witness was walking out with Nicholas Cruz when there was guns being fired in the background. We know that the whole story was completely confabulated. Remember Adam Hogg? Yeah. The origin of Adam Hogg came from that event. Or David Hogg, sorry, thinking of Adam Lanza. David Hogg. Well, there's a conspiracy theory that they say Adam Lanza could be David Hogg. That's a pretty good one. I do read your chat. And wonder who is a real person, who isn't. I do read your chat, yeah. I often wonder who's a real person, who isn't. But I can tell from the syntax that you are clearly human. Whereas some of you are clearly not human. Confabulated is a $5 word. Yes, indeed. Stealth mode. Master Meatball. Yeah, I mean, this haunts me to this day. Hang on, I just want to put this over here. Yeah, we did that last week. Yeah, the picture of David Hogg and Adam Lanza morphed together. That's pretty weird. Not weird? He really does look like him, too. It's like, did Adam Lanza just get a new name and a life? Because his father's an FBI agent. You know, you imagine he could have an adopted father as an FBI agent. Nicholas Cruz's father is a government worker as well. I mean, he's not a father, he's a guardian. So the whole story looks very suspicious. And speaking of fetal alcohol syndrome, here's Greta Thunberg, who matches the facial characteristics of fetal alcohol syndrome. Isn't that interesting? Another great Greta picture. No, Greta is not the next Martin Luther King Jr. or possibly Jesus Christ. No, she's just a little girl who's been exploited by George Soros and has all the media time anyone in the world could ever want. She does look like a Down syndrome, but not quite. But slightly different. I don't think we need to check her chromosomes. I think it's safe to say she's suffering from something. Alzheimer's, no, I guess Asperger's, right. She's got a mighty case of the Asperger syndrome. Here's another Down syndrome victim.
Thank you very much. Hello, Louisiana. Hello, Louisiana. Great state.
I want to know how many of these people got money back for their attendance here, and how many got WWE comp tickets to the next World Wrestling Federation event. Donald Trump, I heard, had a mild case of Down syndrome when he was born. That his father gave him some surgery to correct his eyes. But there are a lot of people that think that this is the case. He doesn't have the mental acuity that needed to really read and understand law or even the Constitution. So I believe this is a clear example of the president's case of Down syndrome as evinced by this picture here. Okay, go ahead, Donald.
You know, I happened to watch a football game last weekend. That wasn't a bad game. It wasn't a bad game.
See how mindless he is? He's like talking like a 5th grade level. 5th grade, 4th grade. And watched a baseball game. It was a really good baseball game. Hey, how are you? Guest 607. I've been here the whole time. I haven't left. Every night, on the dot. Except for Sundays, a day of rest. I know he went to a UFC event. I know that Donald Trump's going all over the place campaigning with his 25,000 supporters. He's like a traveling minstrel show. He brings his wind-up monkey that goes with him and says, "Yes, Donald, you're right about everything, Donald." Ooh. Yeah. He has a wind-up monkey that he travels with. I'm not sure his name, but does it even matter? Does it even matter? Trump and the traveling circus of idiots. I don't get into the rah-rahism. I've convinced myself that we are going to be looking at an impeachment process. It's not a terrorist process, it's an impeachment process. I was the one that said that this is what's going to happen, and sure enough, I was right. Yes, I covered Prince Andrew's interview, where he denied being with the underage girl despite the picture. And he's outright lying that he was in some Pizza Express place with his nephews. I mean, who would remember that from years ago? Oh, yes, I remember that. And then apparently Virginia Giuffre Roberts said that he was sweating on her like a stuck, or he was just sweating all over her while he was sexually abusing her when she was 17. And he says he has a case where he doesn't sweat due to a war injury, yet there's photographs of him sweating online. I mean, everything's contradictory with this guy. Trump, they say, this is perhaps one of the more disturbing bits of news that came out today. I don't know if it's true or not, but Natural News covered it and Alex Jones brought it up. This is exclusive. I'll bring it to you right now. You're looking at the backbone of my show. Exclusive. President Trump makes unscheduled stop at military hospital to undergo battery of tests for possible deliberate poisoning of food with a time-delayed chemical agent. The food tester is gravely ill. A White House-connected source verified this, or stated this. It has not been a White House release statement, though. Yeah, Prince Andrew is going to be investigated. Because Prince Andrew didn't open up a possibility that he felt compassion for the young girl, even though he didn't know her. It's just weird the way he walked away from that with unscathed and untouched by it. Well, it does seem to me that Prince Andrew is going to be held accountable by at least the court of public opinion. He already has been. But isn't that interesting that he may have avoided poison, our president? Trump's cheeseburger diet is ostensibly eating garbage food. If he's eating cheeseburgers and fish burgers, the man is not doing too well, but yet he claims to have a clean bill of health, no problem. Okay, let's debunk all the idiot Andrew BS. This girl was getting paid to do this? What? Oh, come on. She never got paid to be a victim. No. She was an innocent 15-year-old girl, man. No. You're implying that she asked for all this sex act and now she's trying to cash in on it. Well, that's just I don't believe that. That's outrageous. I don't believe the royals will have ever been investigated. I don't think that they're able to investigate the royals. They're able to do whatever they want at Buckingham Palace. They're the shills and the bots, yeah. Well, if Mitch McConnell is going to do everything he can do to make sure the Republican Party isn't the first party of a president removed, he better answer to the fact that Mitch McConnell has received $2.5 million from the Russians and another $1 million to boot last year. Yeah. I did a PolitiFact.com search and it came out he didn't have the highest numbers from the oligarchs in his donation bin, but it pretty well is close to the highest. The king ate burgers. I'm okay with burgers, buddy. Yeah. It's not that I dislike burgers. On NPR today, the story was about how native Spanish speakers won't speak back to non-natives trying to learn. It's true. I've experienced this myself, trying to communicate with some of the heathens in my sector. You say, hello, I don't understand your colloquialism, your dialect. Could you teach me your Spanish language? And I say, como está usted? And they say, oh. And they refuse to talk to me. It's terrible. Steven Seagal. Yeah, it's not just teens. It's all kinds of kids. And the fact that he used pizza as one of his excuses is really, really intense. She didn't just hang out in Manhattan when she was 17. She was groomed at 15 out of a Florida home that she was running from. Read the story. She did meet a guy from Australia, has a lovely life now. Can you blame her? You really think this is all a setup? Come on, what are you protecting Jeffrey for? No, you're thinking too deep. That's the problem. No, Ghislaine Maxwell solicited this girl as a prostitute, virtual prostitute. He's more of a MGTOW now, but he's not an incel, but he's a MGTOW. Men who've gone their own way. Well, I strongly suggest legalization of marijuana, so let's just diffuse this conversation and talk about how there's a conspiracy against legalization of marijuana. Yeah, Andrew said he was at a pizza place. Techwalla was the one that talked about it yesterday. I saw that, yeah. Express Pizza. Of all the things to say, you were, oh, just eating some pizza, no problem. I remember the day distinctly, I was eating pizza. I mean, come on, that's code for child pornography. Cheese pizza. According to the FBI 2007 memorandum. I know. No, I don't think Techwalla is protecting the guy. He's a deep thinker. He thinks deep into this, like there's an extra layer to the conspiracy theory. I'm just saying. I know. And then on top of that, not only Mitch McConnell, but Lindsey Graham also receiving money from this Russian oligarch oil executive. He gets $800,000 a year for re-election. Every time he gets reelected, he gets about $800,000 to $2 million. That's right. This guy, Len Blavatnik, is a Russian oligarch with the U.S. and UK citizenship who donated to Senator Graham's 2016 presidential campaign. I remember when Senator Graham was going to run for president. That was such a joke. Nobody would even consider voting for the guy. Is he gay? I mean, does anybody know? If anybody's been with this guy from a woman perspective, we would know about it, right? Like, I don't hear any scuttlebutt about anybody, maybe he's just asexual, and it's none of my business anyways, Lindsay. Thanks, Lindsay. Yeah, divorce rape is serious. There was a guy in here who broke up with his girlfriend. Check this out. And he put their sex act on TinyChat. And I confronted him and I said, well, was your face seen? And he said, no, his face wasn't seen. He just did a hate crime against his ex-girlfriend. Yeah, Walnut, all tip-offs for child abuse. Oh yeah, down under, 99, he's right. Yeah, the FBI reports are correct. That's the whole Pizzagate thing. And here, Andrew's using the Pizzagate thing as a defense. How ironic. Yeah. Divorce rape is serious. MGTOW is now about saving men's lives. I agree. I'm not trying to denigrate MGTOWs, men who've gone their own way. I'm trying to elevate you to a higher level. That's why I'm encouraging many of you to consider alternative ways of living, tiny house living. All right. Sorry, I interrupted you. I had to check something. How dare you? How dare you? This is all wrong. I should be in school. Okay, let's read the news. GOP senators downplay developments in the impeachment inquiry, which is to be expected. And there was an official who worked on a secondary level to this whole thing who said that he's now saying he didn't hear the call between the Ukrainians and Trump. We will be hearing from top witnesses that will discuss the phone call, the alleged phone call that was in the mix with Ambassador Sondland. The sensitive matters will come to the forefront shortly. He'll be either agreeing or disagreeing with various people. I believe Rick Perry's assistants were there with him at the time. But we'll find out what happened on that open phone call. And that's coming this week. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, a campus is under siege. Xi Jinping is showing no sign of letting up.
This is AP Newsminute. Police in Fresno, California say 10 people were shot at a backyard party and 4 of them have died. There was no immediate word on the suspect. Hong Kong police used tear gas and water cannon as they battled pro-democracy protesters on Monday. Hundreds of protesters were trapped on a university campus and trying to break out. Joe Biden says the impeachment inquiry is providing proof that he can win in 2020. Biden said President Trump is trying to bribe foreign leaders to tell lies about him because Mr. Trump is sure the former vice president can beat him. Samoa.
And that's actually pretty true. The only person who can beat Trump, according to the polls, is Joe Biden. Now, there's a reason why their people are clinging to Joe. Because he's a patriarch, and our society has always relied on patriarchs to smooth things out. He's been in the VP position for 8 years. There's a good chance that he'll continue to maintain a stable position and then lead toward the end of the Democratic primary. Recently, Buttigieg came out on top of all the others in an Iowa straw poll, but mostly due to the fact that CNN was so skewed in favor of him. He took the lead over Warren and Biden and Bernie, and it's simply because CNN did a poll and they called up transgenders, you know. So, who would you vote for in the upcoming election? I would vote for Pete Buttigieg. You know, and all these transgenders called it, and they just agreed with him. So his numbers shot through the roof. He spewed everywhere. All right, Seagal, go back to your PlayStation Network chat. You're from the 80s, dude. We're in the era of the 21st century. Deal with it. Joe and Bernie are knocking on, well, they're getting old. And the thing that really pushed Pete Buttplug to the forefront, Buttigieg, sorry Pete, was the fact that he's the only male in the entire group that's young enough to actually live long enough to actually help our country over a 4-year period. That's the only reason why he's leading the pack of Democrats. Yeah, I know. Shot through the roof, spewed everywhere. Exactly. You like the wording that I use. Dave, did you see 4 Channel found John Podesta's Uncle Bill was involved in child-related controversy? Seems kitties are a family business. I did not know that. Yeah. Uncle Bill Podesta? I heard the whole family's got related work in human trafficking. from the judicial perspective, there are people within our government that's supposed to be watching human trafficking as opposed to watching the children who are being human trafficked. I know he's only leading the Iowa caucus, but that was from a straw poll that had a leverage of ridiculous number of transgenders that CNN calls. Every other person they call is a bi, transgender, or pedophile. Hi, this is CNN calling. We'd like to know who you'd vote for in the upcoming election. I like Pete. You know that's totally biased. John Kerry was also led in the Iowa caucus. Yeah. Howard Dean won Iowa. What are you talking about? Remember Hyena Mouth Dean? Oh yeah, Howard Dean's infamous speech. No one can forget it. People thought he was a hyena, and it ruined his chances of becoming president. His famous Iowa speech is out there. Good to meet you, man. Thank you for coming in. Yeah. Check this out.
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. And we're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Okay, that fried his chances. And then he had a meet and greet with, I believe it was CBS News the next day, with his wife. And he said, he literally asked his wife, would you be the first lady? And she said, no, I'm too busy in my practice. I can't. She was a doctor. It's like she turned him down for the job of first lady. It's like he hadn't worked that out when he got. It was a very funny time in American history. Here we go. Bill Podesta is the uncle of John Podesta. We're looking at this elaborate JPEG here. Anyone remember the perverted little dentist from Maltoon, Bill Podesta? Even though he wasn't a medical doctor, he's allowed to write prescriptions. Wow, this is weird. Okay, thank you. I'll get back to that in just a bit. I'll be looking at that tonight. How dare you? Cortana, farewell. Are they getting rid of Cortana? Farewell, Cortana. Coming the end of January, it appears that Cortana's app is getting booted by the Microsoft Assistant Graveyard. At least poor Clippy will have some company now. The support article Microsoft published. Well, who cares? I mean, they're going to be listening to you no matter whether it's Cortana or whoever. You need the Greta death metal on tap. All right. I didn't think that was done very well, but I'll play it anyway.
What's your message to world leaders today?
My message is that we'll be watching you.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet, you are to us young people for whom? How dare you? You have stolen my dreams, my childhood.
That was cathartic. Wow. I know why you guys get into heavy metal now. It's a total like release, you know. It's like so powerful, you know, to feel like the emotion of the moment and the rage and all that. And it's not my favorite genre. Well, you know, I think Tequila you kind of tipped Steven Seagal off with your aggression toward his cell phone. And, you know, people, as you know from being a cell phone salesman, people are very attached to their cell phone, even more so than their penis or whatever they've got between their legs. So you guys are really into it now, angry-wise. You're like going deep into the chat hell. Yes. Someone said, you recall a band called The Beatles? I do. In fact, they are a product of the Tavistock Institute. Paul was replaced. Would you like to know more? I'm sorry. The 9/11 Order of the Garter refuses to discuss any of these issues anymore. We are not allowed to discuss the Tavistock due to the moratorium on any conspiratorial talk that may be true. If this is not related to Prince Andrew, we can talk about it. I know. Remember the guy, Paul McCartney, who died in 1966? I mean, who couldn't remember that? I mean, then there was the new guy, Fall. They replaced him in an ad. They actually had an ad in March of 1966 looking for a replacement of Paul McCartney. And sure enough, they found him. His name was William Shears Campbell, and he was a studio musician. Very capable. Very capable guy. He was probably the most talented guy they could have found. So he's done a great job, but he would never admit it. The real Paul was this guy. That was the real Paul. Very in love with Jane Asher. And then he died. Apparently he was in a car accident November 9th of that same year. And I guess he was decapitated, they say. That's the conspiracy theory. That it does make sense because his face doesn't match the current Paul. The current Paul is a 66% match, according to an Italian forensics team that analyzed the facial construction of their face. That's redundant. Right. But Paul and Billy Shears Campbell were two different looks entirely. Close, but not exactly right. Pretty close, very close, but no banana. And when she didn't have a boyfriend anymore, Jane Asher didn't say anything. She's probably the only one in the world who would be able to verify this, Jane Asher. Paul and John were thugs in the streets of Hamburg, Germany, when the Tavistock Institute discovered them. The Tavistock was located in Frankfurt. They had been a group of Neo-Freudians that continued working in mind control and propaganda right after Hitler dissolved his Nazi program when they lost the war. And the Tavistock took over propaganda tool. They are used to this day by our government and by the English government to manipulate the media. The Tavistock Institute is a big part of this new transgenderism that's been pushed upon America. They really do have a powerful propaganda control over us.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you know, you have to go back to the college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character. One example, working in the direction of melancholy, another in the direction of effeminacy, one encouragement, abandonment, another self-control, another enthusiasm, and so on through the series. And what I discovered was that the actual Tavistock Institute took this up, this theme, and they said, we are going to put this into practice. And well before Theo Adorno, who was the creator of the Beatles, arrived in England, he was already well known to Tavistock.
All right, so the Tavistock itself is now working on transgenderism. They're pushing it in songs like Just Calm Down with Taylor Swift, where it talks about transgenderism. The recent song by Mother and Daughter, by Miley Cyrus, called Mother and Daughter, which encourages transgenderism. All of these propaganda tools are coming out of the Tavistock's budget. They have a $7 billion budget. And they are intent on converting people to transgenders. The problem is, even their governor freaked out. They had a transgender clinic operating there, and he couldn't even handle it. It's just too much to handle. I mean, they're being ordered. It's a tall order to convert all these heterosexual kids into transgenders. But they want to do that so they stop replicating. They don't want people to have sex. They don't want more people. I know. Tavistock is a British not-for-profit organization, was initiated in 1946, but it started in Frankfurt, Germany, and these were neo-Freudians, whether it was British or not. And not-for-profit is absurd. It's clearly making tons of money. It's true, it's true. Uh-oh. You have Papa John's tonight. Wow, you guys and gals over at the farm in McLean, Virginia are eating really well. Congratulations on your pizza tonight. What's up? Yes, it's run by MI5 and NSA. Tavistock is. Now. But what about Miley Cyrus's song Mother and Daughter? You know? I play it on occasion, but it has some pretty intense video pictures in it that would indicate transgenderism is a big thrust of this entire musical piece. I mean, it's pushing transgenderism. Every woman is a riot, which makes you want to be a woman. Makes you want to gain a lot of weight. That's encouraged. It looks at women, demoralizes them, and makes them seem like just, this is not really the role of a woman, giving birth to a baby. And they have some woman with a zipper around her body, which implies abortion. Then it brings up this young man who has this they, them on it, which implies transgenderism, they, them. Oh yeah, it just goes on and on. But it's just endless. I can't seem to find the transgender. There it is. Here's a transgender young man who's, obviously in the video. Anyway, I'm not going to play much more of that. Well, I just think it's great that you guys are getting along so well, Steven Seagal and Tekwala. They ordered it because it was open. But Papa John's dough has palm oil in it. Aren't you concerned about living a long life, please, Mr. David? Tavistock's headquarters was created in London. But sure, it's a German think tank designed to control the minds of humanity. It is. In fact, if you know anything about the Tavistock, you know that the original creators were much like the neo-Freudians that were common during the 1940s. It's over. We've been taken over by aliens. I kind of figured we had serious alien involvement here. Palm oil is not good for you. Yeah.
An act of hate against a local synagogue may.
New Jersey man activates extremists to target Racine Synagogue. Wow. But, yes. Who were the Neo-Freudians? Catherine Horney, the creator of Vagina Envy, was a Neo-Freudian. Some of the predominant Neo-Freudians in history were represented here, beside me. My favorite Neo-Freudian is Carl Jung and the theory of archetypes, which is not too dissimilar to people who believe that animals have instincts. They believe that our ancestors' chromosomes carry a footprint or a blueprint for human reaction and behavior. You'll notice that you're a lot like your grandfather, most of you, or your grandmother in the case of girls. I don't mean to gender stereotype, don't get me wrong. But there is a tendency for people to be like their grandparents, and it's not just environmental, it's genetic. You're very similar to the bump from your grandparents' genes bump into you as a grandchild. Stephen, you're wasting your time on Tequala. He's one of the most capable reactive characters on the net today. I mean, he's got his 54,000 subscribers on Twitter, and he's pretty established, man. No, Tequala never offered me a bike. That was Doopster. No, actually, the book from 2006 was not the idea that kicked off the Tavistock Institute theories. It goes way deeper than that. There's studies been done for decades prior to 2006 about the Tavistock and their influence. He just pasted a fake IP that was mine? What, you have a fake IP? Well, aren't you special? Very impressive. So you found his VPN, huh? Okay, so you guys are in VPN land comparing notes. I wouldn't worry too much. Here's more on Nancy Pelosi's son, Paul, who it turns out works for the Ukrainian government as well, or a Ukrainian business.
A lot of focus on innovation and technology to help solve a lot of the world's energy crisis. Both oil spills, which we'll be participating in, cars and efficiency, which is represented today, and space and different adventures and using technology from space to make human conditions better here. Resources, whether it be part of that civilization of natural resource technology to maximally rise in the United States, and look forward to the challenges and meeting.
So apparently Nancy Pelosi's son Paul works for the Ukrainian business as well as Hunter. So is Nancy Pelosi's in on it? Right, you have a theory that there was a report that the real Miley Cyrus died. This same report comes out on a couple of other people, like Avril Lavigne. They say at least she has a body double. But actress Miley Cyrus died in a terrible car accident. This is a real Yahoo report that popped up in 2008. The young starlet was on her way to filming the upcoming Hannah Montana series when her vehicle was reported hit by a large truck. The colliding vehicle was at least 55 miles an hour and had run a stop sign. Although rushed in critical condition, the news broke quickly almost amongst reporters that the teen had succumbed to her injuries during surgery. Wow. I had never seen this before. It does add a lot of possibilities to the idea that there could be a replacement. Yeah. Wow, I'd never seen that. Space shuttle. Oh, ASMR. I think I've seen everything now. I think I'll pass on that, although that's really popular. So you're saying Miley is a replacement. So let's take a look. Miley, imposter, conspiracy. Let's play conspiracy theory. Where you get to call everybody a nutcase because you've been programmed to do that. Because you're all a believer that conspiracy theorists are psychos or something. You know, Psychology Today did a study on conspiracy theorists. They found them to be more sane than you people who don't believe any conspiracy theories. Yeah. Truly. I'd cite the article, but I'd have to, research it. It would take me some time. It's just much easier citing it than researching it. Imposter alert. 9 ridiculous conspiracy theories about celebrity changelings. See, this is how the mainstream media handles this. It's all ridiculous. You have to just blow it all off, right? Oh yeah, this is ridiculous. And then of course the video's gone. Megan Fox. Miley Cyrus. Miley uses a body double. Okay, we'll look at that, I guess. I guess they all use body doubles, but does it really matter? All I'm trying to say is the media is controlled by a very select group of people that control the Illuminati sex kittens and whatever that they control. Beyonce, whatever. Hey, this Brit nearly died after a parasite crawled up his penis and started laying eggs after he went to a swim in Lake Malawi in Southeast Africa. Hey, if you guys are swimming in Lake Malawi, you may not want to. This poor guy, 32 years old, contracted schistosomiasis, also known as bilharzia, which is a known parasite that crawls into a man's penis while swimming. Poor guy. Look at the disease that he's encountered. My goodness. James had a terrible outbreak of severe acne in his back from this. Known as bilharzia, is an infection caused by a parasitic worm that lives in the fresh water in subtropical and tropical regions. Once in the body, the worms move through the blood to areas such as the liver and the bowel. They start to lay eggs. High temperature, diarrhea, muscle pain, tummy pain, itchy rash. I'm sure the penis is affected too. Poor guy. I don't know what that gun thing on the back was. That's like karmic retribution. We didn't go to the moon, so no, that was a fake story. Nixon faked it. He didn't want to be the president who didn't land on the moon. I know you posted it. We give this credit to Please Mr. David, who works at the CIA. Thanks, Please Mr. David, for your help. Wow. State Department loosens U.S. policy on Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Like that even matters? Pompeo announces reversal of long-standing U.S. policy on Israeli settlements. Whatever. We know that Trump is going to side with the Zionists who support Israel in all different directions, at all costs, despite our own U.S. foreign policy. A House investigating if Trump lied to Mueller during Russia probe. Oh yeah, there you go. And the Supreme Court temporarily halts the House subpoena for Trump's records. The Supreme Court is acting as a barrier to get the truth about Donald Trump's tax returns, especially when he said, "Oh, I'll gladly show you all my tax returns for 10 years, no problem." Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Colorado man was sentenced to life in prison for beating his fiancée to death and burning her body. Oh my, gosh, I don't even want to show you the picture. Now this scumbag, I'll show you his eyes, beat his fiancée to death and burned her body on his ranch. Okay, I'm glad he got first-degree murder. Next, he should be executed. I know, well, your country is the trailer you were born in. You weren't born in Cameroon, sir. That was brainwashed into you. It's in your mindset that you think you were born in Cameroon. Believe me, we didn't create Israel. The people that got control of our government created Israel. The Rothschilds are behind the Israeli decision. They created the Balfour Declaration of 1914, and that was implemented by Adolf Hitler, a known Zionist, by the way. Hitler was a Zionist, Trump is a Zionist, Biden is a Zionist. You do the math. We're still voting for Nazis in our leadership in America. I know. The liberals let these people out. Nixon was told we couldn't make it to the moon, and if we didn't, the commie Soviets would win and take over the world. Nixon signed off on the moon hoax. Of course. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook, but I had to orchestrate a deliberate campaign to lie to you about landing on the moon. My fellow Americans, I haven't had sex with my wife, Pat, for 13 years. And I realized that the only way I would ever get an orgasm was to imagine landing on the moon. So you all believed it. Yeah, I'm sure we landed on the moon, not. I mean, seriously, we haven't been back in 50 years. The only photos we have were pulled back from ABC, CBS, and NBC. NASA didn't even have the original videotape, they said. I'm not making that up. They had no telemetry data on the landings whatsoever. They miscalculated the distance to the moon in 1975, claiming it was 218,000 miles in one of their documentaries, when it's 238,000 miles away. Are you still trying to hate people who are believers in conspiracy theories? You're reading propaganda. That's just nonsense. I'm going to kick you out of the show. You're of no value to iVlog whatsoever. God, what a loser. This is all wrong. He should be in school. How dare you? It's absurd. And there was something serious. It might look, it may very well be real. I mean, you never know. 4 dead, 6 injured in a mass shooting during a Fresno backyard gathering. Have you ever been to Fresno? You don't want to go to Fresno. Oh my God. The last experience I had in Fresno was a hellhole, a nightmare. I knew a guy who grew up there. And at the time I didn't think anything of it, but he was a nutcase. I walked in on him with his girlfriend at his apartment near USC campus. I knocked on the door and I heard these slaps going on in the background. Like, and then I knocked on the door and it's like rustling. And he opens the door and she's like standing there with a red face on. He'd just been slapping her. I mean, I realized that Fresno must have been a pretty rough place to grow up at that point. Abusing a woman, a young woman. Yeah. I dated a black woman, but she said I wasn't dating her. She's Jamaican American. She claimed that we weren't dating, so technically we weren't dating. Apparently Neil Young's citizenship was delayed because of his marijuana use. You know, he married Daryl Hannah, right? Now I guess he's trying to become a U.S. citizen. He says his U.S. citizenship application is being delayed because he uses marijuana. I would tell Daryl Hannah to relax. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen, Neil. We all remember what happened that when you took on Leonard Skinner and, you know, Sweet Home Alabama was written because of you, Neil. You don't need to be a U.S. citizen, buddy. Daryl Hannah is a very powerful actress. Yes. I had a chance to just briefly see her person to person, eye to eye. She's a barracuda. I'm amazed Neil Young landed her. She's a powerful woman, I'll tell you that. Yeah, so 4 dead and 6 injured in mass shooting during Fresno backyard. You got 4 dead in Ohio, too? Another government shutdown deadline is on the horizon. House moves to pass a short-term fund. You know, some people like Neil Young's voice. Like, I'm sure Tequala likes him, Stephen. Yeah. Well, she does look kind of, with her new face makeup, Daryl Hannah has this unique look about her, yeah. Kind of like a male, I know. She's always been a big woman, though. So now 70% of Americans say Trump's actions tied to Ukraine were wrong. Oh my gosh. He's definitely going to be impeached in the House. The question is, do the Republicans want to lose every political campaign from here until eternity by like staying with Trump in 2020? I think that Republicans should get Mitt Romney back on board. I think Mitt Romney can beat any of the Democrats on the lineup. Seriously. I think Mitt Romney could easily beat Joe Biden. I think Mitt Romney could easily beat Buttigieg. Kimberly Gervais, 57, was injured in the mass shooting that killed nearly 60 people. She died Friday, coroner said. I don't know. I think she died of old age. I don't know. I don't buy the story. She died of GoFundMe-itis. Where she got just too much GoFundMe money or something. The Mira Loma resident was convalescing in a nursing facility in Redlands. Well, that's what happens when you convalesce at a nursing facility. You die. I mean, how is this related to the Mandalay Bay shooting? I mean, come on. Uh-oh. Helicopters. They're flying over me. No, I didn't. I'm not calling you a homo. I thought you'd like Neil Young. Don't you like Neil Young, dude? Okay. Boy, I think Tequala finally just blew his gourd. He couldn't handle that attribute to Neil Young. Whoa. Tequala got major anger going. Dude, Neil Young's not gay. Where do you get the idea he was gay? Well, I mean, when you see transgender women and you compare them to Daryl Hannah, I mean, I don't think she's transgender. I think she's a very powerful woman. There she is. You like all women, Howie. You just like to smell them. You think his demo offered nothing? Oh, come on. Neil Young is one of the greatest rock and roll musicians of modern age. I mean, how can you say that? And Tequala claiming that Neil was gay? I mean, that's just the worst. Let's do a tribute song at 10 o'clock to Neil Young. What do you say? Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary rock and roller, Neil Young. Remember when he was in Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young? Old man, take a look at yourself. Now, that's a different song. That's Cat Stevens. I'm a lot like you. Neil Young, Harvest Moon. This is good. Or would you prefer Heart of Gold? I think Harvest Moon is coming up top of the hour. All right, good. We got that going for us, which is nice. Well, I think Tequala was driven out of the show for a long time. He won't be back for until he calms down. I'm a lot like you were. I love that song. I love Cat Stevens' music. Okay, and more about Epstein continues to fly. I can't wait till they finally realize Epstein's alive. Let's take a look here. Epstein's accuser says she once took Bill Clinton's seat on a private jet, saw a bedroom floor made of mattress foam. Whoa, really? So he just like had sex with women on mattress foams. And Beatles Ringo Starr reveals a horrible disease. Cat Stevens was never some dangerous terrorist. The government stopped him at the border because they stopped all Pakistanis right after 9/11. Well, let's be clear. It's too bad they didn't stop the one Muslim that took over our country, Barack Obama. This is horrible. Yeah, what's Ringo? Ringo was the little drummer in the Beatles, the Tavistock Institute band created to control your mind. Pete Buttplug is only leading because CNN gave him a 9-point lift. Because CNN interviewed a bunch of transgenders and said, "Oh yes, I like Pete Buttplug. Oh yes." More on Ringo Starr. Here we go. The Beatles icon Ringo Starr was recently interviewed by French-based outlet France Inter to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the album Abbey Road. It reveals he spent one of his childhood birthdays more specifically. He was sick with tuberculosis, which ultimately ended up in a roundabout way got Starr back into got him into drumming. He had tuberculosis as a kid. At 6 or 7, it was the worst and the most dangerous time for me. You know, I had my 7th birthday at the hospital and my 14th birthday when I had tuberculosis, which was very dangerous in those days. He goes on to talk about his tuberculosis and how it led him to the drumming career. I got these little drums and I wouldn't be in the band unless they handed me those drums. That sort of would push me into drums. That's sort of how it started. And it became a Beatle. Yeah, Cat Steven. Well, it gave Buttplug a lift, but only because Buttplug is the only last young male standing. The other guy is some old guy who likes to touch children. I think you know who I'm talking about. The look of love is in your eyes tonight. The look of love. Da, da, da. I think he finally found his niche. This was Joe Biden at the Iowa caucuses last week. No wonder he's trailing. He's like smelling the children. Okay, kiss, kiss. Lost and all alone. Da, 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 da. See, look at him just get so close to these kids, and you got to wonder why he's playing with their toy too. He's holding their toy in his hand. Okay, Creepy Joe, that's enough. Okay, it was one of the caucuses, not the caucus. It was a caucus of caucuses. It was a pre-caucus caucus. Do you mind? You have to correct me on everything I say. He is. It's like an urge that he can't stop, the desire to touch children in a perfectly normal way. You get my drift. I don't have to elaborate. How dare you? This is all wrong. I shouldn't even be here. I should be in school. It's okay. You can. I'm giving slow-mos a lot more liberal. Since we've terminated, well, we haven't banned Misanthropy from the show, but we pretty much drove them away for at least 6 or 7 weeks. You got the free reign to be the expert on everything now slow modes. Yeah, you can be the expert debunker. Yeah, I just told Misanthropy he just doesn't fit in here. Yeah. Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. I try to explain that to him. But I guess he has to learn the hard way. So Prince Andrew it doesn't admit that he was in this picture. Now, this picture has been authenticated according to Virginia Giuffre Roberts. Well, you purposely make yourself a part of the show, Howie. That's the reason why you're here. This was Virginia Giuffre when she was 17, standing with Prince Andrew, and he says he wasn't there. He was at the Express Pizza store with his nephews, and he remembers it distinctly. So that is not Prince Andrew. He says it must be an imposter. touching her waist. The royal was infamously pictured with his arm around Virginia when she was 17 at a party thrown by Epstein. I've never been. I've only been to Woking a couple times, and I remember it weirdly distinctly. As soon as somebody reminded me of it, I went, oh yes, I remember that. That's right. It may have been a pic
I'm
of...
sure that you're at home on the 10th of March.
Yeah.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating.
We could have danced all night. We could have danced all night. Good to see you too, Stealth Mode. Thanks for coming by, man. Take care. Oh, you think it's a Photoshop? When she herself said, Tekwala is good for about 2 more weeks of downtime. I doubt he'll come back for another couple weeks. He's heavily medicated right now. He's feeling really crappy. He doesn't want to be in the show. I don't blame him. He's too independent. He's an independent thinker, Tekwala is.
And that she went on to have bath, possibly...
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was... Oh, actually, yes. I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at, and I simply it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
It's almost impossible for him to sweat. It's brilliant, don't you think? He has a sweat. He has a disease he developed when he had an impulse of adrenaline when he was shot at in the war. Yeah, my big mistake was telling Tekwala that he was a Neil Young fan. And that just fried his brain for the whole day. I have this sweating problem. I don't sweat. I have no sweat whatsoever. If she said that I'm dripping wet from sweat, it's impossible. I was eating express pizza at the time. I never met this young lady.
And it's only because I have done a number of things in the recent past that I'm starting to be able to do that again. So I'm afraid to say that there's a medical condition that says that I didn't do it, so therefore...
You're absolutely sure...
It's a medical condition that he couldn't possibly have sweat all over. The young lady. You know who else claimed that he had never met Virginia Giuffre? Alan Dershowitz. He said he'd never met her, and then during the civil testimony of the civil case against the Epsteins, and Dershowitz testified that he remembers now having a back rub by her, but he didn't really know her. So first Dershowitz said he doesn't recognize her, doesn't know her, and now Dershowitz said he admits that she gave him a back rub. See how all it's going all over the place. And he's still claiming he had no sex with the young lady. Dershowitz, he's 80 years old and he's claiming he never did it with her. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on. It's just so weird that these old men are being used with these young prostitutes, and then that is being used against them by the Mossad. That's right. Epstein is an intelligence, meaning he works for the Mossad and the CIA. So he's being used to this day as a major player. He used to just be a guy who, got blackmail on politicians. Now he's a major player. He's got a lot of pull, and he controls the whole dialogue. I mean, they got him out of jail. They covered the camera leading out of the jail cell. They got him out, and he was on his palatial location on the island, St. James Island, 2 weeks after he allegedly died. I don't realize, Diana, believe me, she'd be rolling in her grave right now if she knew what happened to her children. Remember last week we talked about Prince Harry, the allegations of conspiracy theory that he was replaced? And then the facts that were raised by Dodi Fayyad's father, who did a deep investigation, spent $6 million to determine that MI5 was 500 strong in Paris 2 days before Diana died. She died in 1997. And 2 days prior to her death, MI5 or British Royal Intelligence had 500 officials stationed in Paris 2 days before. That was a huge story that never even made the daylights. It never made the press. It was huge. I mean, why would they be 500 people in Paris 2 days before she died? So many people are very upset. Meghan Markle, I don't believe she's a transgender. She's only like 5'3" or something, or 5'5". Highly unlikely she's a transgender. She's a small woman, and a beautiful woman too. But you know, if you want to run all these stories by me tonight, you picked a good night. Conspiracy Monday, it's great.
Los Angeles, it's November 18th, 2019. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Take a look at this mess they've left here, guys. They're spraying cockroaches. I can smell it so strong, it's like mold. Look at this. Look at that. It's a nice postcard, don't you think? I don't know how so many are not seeing this. They're walking around, I'm seeing them washing their car, they're acting like nothing's wrong. They see my camera pointed up, they see nothing. Helen Keller syndrome, I'm telling you. Oh, stupid helicopters going over. Every time I see a helicopter go over, I think, wonder what's going on in the cockpit. If they're mentioning this at all. There you go. Oh, I don't even care. Piss on them. Just had to show you this, guys. Very disgusting. All right, take care.
Look at this war zone left by the spraying vehicles today. The heat's very intense. It's so hard for us who know to witness. If you are still not aware of these obvious programs, then take 5 or 10 minutes to watch these monsters leaving this film in the air that we breathe. So true. That was John Graff. I'm going to subscribe to his website. I just did. And I'll add this to chemtrails. All right. Yeah, so we lost a couple of regulars tonight. Tekwala couldn't handle the heat. Steven Seagal kicked him out with his anger towards Steven Seagal. Obviously, it didn't work out. Patrick is a complete... Let's not even go there. I won't even talk about that guy, Patrick, okay? Good, I'm glad you made it. And Misanthropy was probably not going to come back to the show anymore, so... It's a loss in their minds, or maybe not. They think, you know, we're done with the show, so that's fine. I wish Patrick wouldn't come into the show. Well, I'm really realizing that people who are so cynical and apathetic really don't have a place in a third party. Okay, so Hong Kong is lighting up. Xi Jinping is not following my advice and telling the people that self-rule will stay in place and they won't take anybody out for judgment in Beijing. That's all he would have to do. A TV anchor just said in London, England, only 6% believe that Prince Andrew is true. Only 6% of England believes Prince Andrew is telling the truth. Okay, that plays over and over again if I let it. Isn't it amazing? We won't do that song. Eric, what do you got? What's your link all about? An officer tackled his 15-year-old with a quadruple amputation. Huh. Okay, I'll add that to our show tonight. Thank you. A black 15-year-old is quadruple amputation was tackled by a Tucson police officer for reportedly knocking over a trash can. Wow. Okay, I'll play that in a little bit. Good night. Take care, man. I guess 281 is hitting the hay. What don't you get? Senator Ron Johnson just exposed secret sleeper cell working in the executive branch against the president. What? In January 2018, Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin, broke the news that the FBI sleeper cell was meeting off-site and plotting against Trump. Oh, yeah. They were looking at ways to bring Trump down. High-level FBI officials were holding meetings. It wouldn't surprise me that they're trying to take him out because he's been a bad president. He didn't support the FBI's assessment that Russia contaminated the election. That was his biggest mistake, Donald Trump's. He refused to admit that Russia did anything to control the election. So if the FBI was working in complicit effort to frame him through this Ukrainian investigation, it makes sense. Johnson stated there was no link between the hold on U.S. military aid to Ukraine in exchange for Ukraine investigating the Biden crime family. He suggested, however, that Vindman was behind the leaks outside his chain of command. So now they're going to blame it on Vindman. This right-wing site, the Gateway Pundit, is trying to build a case that Alexander Vindman, one of Schiff's star witness and a left-wing hack, testified to the House Intel Committee that he thought the president was wrong in his policy with Ukraine. Interesting. Well, you know, Vindman's got a bone to pick. He's a career military officer. His twin brother is in the military too. And whether it's Ciaramella or not, the whistleblower, it doesn't even matter because the whistleblower issue is kind of a non-issue now. You're looking at all news and making our assumptions and bets. Well, you can continue going with the impeachment in the House. That's a go. I think they have enough votes to impeach him in the House. And another story by Scissor Fight. Thank you. Wow. Somebody's getting a reaction to the 5G network. Scary. Very scary. An hour and 23 minutes on this. This is really intense.
Davis is one of 250,000 workers a year. An insurance rating agency said gets too close to these antennas. They act as an open microwave and can cause eye damage, sterility, and cognitive damages.
What we're going to go do is I'm going to show you the invisible footprint of these potentially hazardous areas that workers don't see.
Drew Fountain has a $20,000 meter that measures the RF frequency. An RF frequency over 20% can injure people. Over 100% can burn someone.
Wow, this is a good one. Thanks for that, Scissor Fight. That's a long video, but we'll give you a full measure of that tonight. That's amazing. Wow. It just gets worse and worse out there. You know, the more you think about the lack of testing on the 5G network, the fact that they're dumping chemicals in the skies above us on a daily basis, the fact that we have no oversight over this weather modification that's going on. Here's a brochure, weather modification brochure at a conference for weather modification. And here you wonder if people even know anything about this. They've been doing it right under our noses, in our noses, and we just sit back and watch. Nice. I don't know anything about what he does on eBay. Backed by the Senate? Well, let me tell you this, J-Mix. I will play it in parts. That's a good idea. Donald Trump, the impeachment, once it clears the House, then goes to the trial stage in the Senate. As you know, Donald Trump said that he's going to overturn this in the Supreme Court, which indicates that he doesn't understand the Constitution. Donald Trump has never read the Constitution. He has no idea. You can't overturn an impeachment in the Supreme Court. But he literally is riding on a very thin ice with the Senate. I'll tell you why. 3 reasons, really. As we approach the Senate hearings, it'll become more and more obvious that Lindsey Graham is working for Russians. This story I'm pushing rapidly now. Here's a Russian oil money oligarch who gave Lindsey Graham $800,000 for campaign finance in the 2016 presidential bid. So Lindsey Graham's been taking Russian money. Mitch McConnell has been taking Russian money. He's taken $2.5 million and an additional $1 million on top of it, around $3 million or more. Those 2 facts will affect the 2 leaders of the Senate will have to somehow vote so that they're not voting for Russia. They may flip. Either way, it takes 3 votes of Republicans to make this a sealed ballot issue if the Democrats want a sealed ballot. The Democrats, all they need is 3 Republicans to push. It only needs a simple majority to get a sealed ballot impeachment. And it's within their purview to do. They can adjust anything they want. I agree, Roger Stone did nothing wrong. I consider the witch hunt against Roger Stone the biggest travesty of this whole thing. He's a big bragger. He likes to brag about things. He may have done what they call witness tampering. I don't know. If he did, he's guilty of that. But frankly, he's not related to the emails whatsoever. There was no email-related issue that they could draw Roger Stone a connection. Seth Rich, they completely ignored. The whole story of Seth Rich was completely ignored by the Mueller report. That's suspicious. But anyway, getting back to this big issue, if they get 3 Republicans to vote for a sealed ballot on the impeachment in the Senate, it's a whole different ballgame. Those 15 Republicans that are about ready to skate, knowing that Trump has violated our Syrian policy and has put us at great risk by not fortifying our position. When Trump departed, left the Kurds undefended, he pissed off a lot of senators. All of this is beginning to, sound a bit like the Republicans are ready to split and go to the other party, or actually at least side with them in this particular instance. Okay, we got a picture of Prince Andrew here we'll close with. My judgment was colored by my tendency to be too honorable. Here he is dancing with these women. Epstein's house, convenient place to stay. And here's Ghislaine Maxwell with Epstein, or with Andrew. I never really have partied. He's partied all his life. What are you talking about? This guy's a living party, non-stop party. He's a party animal. Wow. So 6% of the people in England believe Prince Andrew's response to why he was with this woman, or rather that he wasn't with a woman. Lying to Congress is definitely a crime. I don't endorse that. If he lied to Congress, which I assume that's what they've got him on, that's certainly something that's a punishable felony, and he could serve a few years for that. But they never really pinned the tail on the donkey with Roger Stone. They never got him with his hands on the cookie jar, getting the emails out of Hillary. That turned up completely worthless. And where are the 9% of the 448-page redacted document? How come we haven't seen 9% still missing from the Mueller report? I'm wondering where it is. It should be released by now. There's no reason to keep it held. And for that matter, where are the files that the CIA has on John F. Kennedy's assassination? Remember, Trump said he wasn't going to release it because George H.W. Bush was alive? He still hasn't released it. So that's another confirmation that Donald Trump is working for the deep state, not fighting it. Okay, I rest my case. I'll be back tomorrow with another follow-up with Truth Tuesday. We'll be in the show till 1 in the morning tonight with videos. Thank you for all the great videos that you've been sending. And we will continue this dialogue about the new witnesses who will be testifying, Sondland and a woman who was at that phone when the speakerphone was on. And she'll be talking about what she heard. We'll see what happens and where it goes from here. Amazing. Yeah, I'm rather saddened by the whole event, but you know, we've wasted 3 years because of Trump's ineptitude and his connections with the Russian oligarchs and inability to admit that Russia had anything to do with our election. It's cost us 3 years of do-nothing President Donald Trump after a previous 8 years of do-nothing Barack Obama. It just shocks me to see our country languishing in this state of nothingness, the doldrums, all tied up because of the corruption in the two-party system. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message. Signing off from near Seattle, Washington. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just to turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.